Okay, looks like we are up and running. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2, Land and Water Conservation Fund technical project review for projects proposed in Washington State. My name is Carl Jacobs, Recreation Conservation Office. We have a full day of projects. We're starting with a few from Spokane. So I'm going to pull up that presentation. Paul and Nick are here from Spokane. And let me get this going. There we go. Turn off my video and all right, Paul, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that and drive. All right. Great. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Carl. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Paul Knowles with Spokane County Parks, and with me is Nick Hammond with City of Spokane Parks and Rec, and we're excited to present our Make Beacon Hill Public Phase 2 development project. Our project is located in Spokane County, almost centered within the county and generally northeast of downtown Spokane. Beacon Hill is located near Spokane County's population centers and is nearly surrounded by land that's developed or planned to be developed in the near future. So back in 2020, we presented our Make Beacon Hill public application with the goal of preserving 231 acres through fee simple acquisition and donated easements. This initial acquisition phase has been completed with all properties identified in the application acquired and preserved. So following up on the success of that project, the primary goal of our Make Beacon Hill Public Phase 2 is to expand and enhance access to the Beacon Hill Trail system just preserved by renovating and expanding the 2 primary access points to Beacon Hill, Shields Park and Camp Sakani. To accomplish this goal, we're requesting a little over $1 million from LWCF and providing a little over that in matching funds. Come on, there we go. Beacon Hill generally has 2 service areas. There's a regional mountain bike park service area shown here. The closest comparable is Duthie Hill, managed by King County. Now, Duthie has 66% less trail than Beacon Hill and only serves mountain bikers. And then there's the local open space service area serving hikers, trail runners, rock climbers, and other more casual users. While the blue dots represent other nearby areas for hiking and mountain biking, none of these compare to Beacon Hill in both the quantity of trail and popularity. Beacon Hill has 49 miles of trail, and to quantify its popularity, Trail Forks, an app used mostly by mountain bikers, includes a ridden counter showing over 31,000 check-ins through the mobile app Strava. Using that same data source, our next 3 closest examples are Mount Spokane State Park, Riverside State Park, and Eiler Creek. The ridden counter for each of these shows significantly fewer counts than Beacon Hill. Recently, Beacon Hill was also identified as a mountain biking area of statewide significance in a study report completed by RCO in 2019. Now, that same report recommended development of mountain biking facilities like trailheads to provide riding opportunities close to home. Both the Spokane County Park Plan and Regional Trail Plan identify Beacon Hill as a recreational area of countywide significance and call for investment in preserving and enhancing access to its trail system. And the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation 2022 Master Plan identifies trailheads and soft trails as top-tier community desires, while also demonstrating that 90% believe it is essential for the city's parks to connect people with nature. Parking at Camp Sakani and Shields Parks is underdeveloped and inadequate. This shows the west lot at Shields Park on a good day where parking was managed by an event. This photo taken in 2009 of the east lot at Shields Park demonstrates the demand 13 years ago. This parking lot dead ends in the background, creating a comfortable place for illicit activity, sometimes pushing positive use out of this parking lot. The unimproved condition of the west parking lot, combined with several design and condition issues, has led to Shields Park becoming a magnet for illicit activity. Most recently, someone dumped 3 55-gallon drums of raw sewage at the park. In addition to being a primary access point to the trail system, Shields Park doubles as the most well-known climbing area in Spokane. Like many climbing areas in public ownership, climbing has been silently accommodated for decades, contributing to a neglected feel that invites negative activity. And where Shields Park is improved, said improvements were installed prior to ADA, or presenting numerous barriers to access for mobility challenged folks. At Camp Sakani, the most popular access point to Beacon Hill, the parking area has organically evolved over time with different tiers of dirt and gravel parking. On weekends, the parking here is overflowing onto Upriver Drive and pushing more folks to Shields Park, which isn't designed right now to accommodate that additional demand. The organic parking situation also creates ADA and pedestrian safety challenges with differences in grade and no separation of vehicle and pedestrian traffic. Sakani is a hub for Beacon Hill events. It has managed to accommodate those events, but only through DIY creative event organizers. Current conditions limit Beacon Hill's potential to create positive economic impact in the region. And lastly, there's no physical connection between Beacon Hill's trail system and the Centennial Trail, the arterial of a regional trail system. Often mountain bikers and hikers will start at one trailhead and exit another to complete their loop by taking the Centennial Trail back and crossing Upriver Drive twice along the way, which is a designated arterial. So this project will expand and enhance access to the newly preserved Beacon Hill Trail system by focusing improvements on Beacon Hill's two most popular access points, Shields and Camp Sakani. In the case of Shields Park, we're adding 23 new parking stalls, more than doubling the number of parking stalls at this trailhead, including 18 on the west end of Shields Park as shown here. In addition, we're adding lighting, a web camera, and other features to enhance safety. Moving east along Shields Park, we're also physically connecting the park and Beacon Hill to the Centennial Trail, adding amenities like drinking fountains, and creating a second driveway to the east parking lot to improve circulation. Adding a bouldering playground north of the east lot will serve as a low barrier youth entryway into climbing and better connect the community with natural climbing opportunities afforded at Beacon Hill. Our design will take climbing essentially out of the shadows and celebrate it. And the adaptive climbing trail at Shields will create enhanced access for adaptive climbing at suitable climbing routes. At Camp Sakani, we'll be removing the various tiers of parking and replacing them with a consolidated parking lot, which increases parking from 53 stalls to 85 and incorporates ADA features and pedestrian separation and connectivity. And as you can see here, looking at the average of 4 census tracts adjacent to and served by Beacon Hill, household income is well below the state average, mortality rate is well above the state average, and youth obesity rates are much higher than state average. So providing enhanced access and facilities to Beacon Hill's trail system as proposed will create low barrier accessible outdoor recreation opportunities to the benefit of residents in these adjacent census tracts. And we're not just enhancing access to Beacon Hill for mountain bikers. As mentioned previously, people use this area for climbing, dog walking, bird watching, trail running, disc golf, and hiking, among other uses. This project will also enhance access to the Centennial Trail, a 39-mile paved asphalt trail that's part of the state park system, by installing rapid flashing beacons and a crosswalk between each site and the trail. So in cases of Shields Park and Sakani, the project utilizes already disturbed and heavily impacted parts of each park where much of the proposed future uses are already taking place. In the case of Sakani, we're taking a heavily impacted site that's a mess from a parking and circulation standpoint and creating a unified connected parking lot that stays within the current area of heavy impact. Both sites are being designed with access routes and connectivity in mind. For example, at Shields, we've integrated pathway connections with the neighborhood west of the park, created connectivity within the site, and formalized the connections to the Centennial Trail. In the case of Shields Park, we are extending city water to the site. There's currently no water service there. Power also runs along Upriver Drive, so providing a 200 amp service to power the proposed lighting will be feasible. In the case of Sakani, there's no sewer or water service remotely close to the site, so we're sticking with a dry design. Electrical service is already at Sakani, so proposed improvements, including lighting, will be accommodated without significant cost of bringing power to the site. Accessibility is central to the design of both projects and supported by our letters of support and private cash donations. In the case of Shields Park, the adaptive climbing community really rallied behind the pathway improvements shown here to Smoky Overhang and Open Book, two major adaptive climbing routes. As mentioned previously, the project uses existing impacted areas to create improvements. The uncontrolled parking in the undeveloped west lot at Shields Park impacts an area far larger than what's needed. The area that we're removing from parking will be restored with native vegetation. Associated landscaping for both projects will be native xeriscape, similar to the species shown here on one of our trailhead project sites. Where we have uncontrolled access, unofficial trails will be decommissioned and restored, while official access points will be well marked and emphasized in the design. As a component of this project, stormwater treatment facilities and rain gardens will also be installed to direct and treat stormwater. But what I love about the bouldering playground aspect of this project is the opportunity to connect non-traditional climbing groups with climbing opportunities within Beacon Hill. This playground is intended to become a focal point for families by providing a controlled climbing environment visible from Upriver Drive with ADA access. The project will also be well served by alternative modes of transportation, including a new bus service by Spokane Transit Authority along Upriver Drive that begins in spring of 2023. We have a wide spectrum of public support for this project, including many organizations that directly program and use both Camp Sakani and Shields Park. Beacon Hill has also garnered significant positive attention locally, regionally, and nationally for what it has to offer. And as part of our match, we have several partners providing $185,000 in non-governmental cash match, or 8.7% of the total project budget. The significant funding amounts from these organizations demonstrate that this project not only is well supported by the community, but by a diverse range of recreational interests. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Thank you for having us here today, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you, Paul. Questions or comments from the committee? Kevin, why don't you start?
Hey, Paul, great presentation. That was definitely one of the best ones we've seen in terms of being easy to follow, and I think easy to score later this summer. I just have one suggestion or question maybe for you. If I recall right, this project or earlier phase of this project was before us a couple of years ago. And I think that I'm just vaguely thinking that you showed slides or discussed volunteer work in the park on trails or something like that. And if that's true, if I'm not just not misremembering, I would add that something about that to criteria 7 at the end there towards strengthening the cost efficiencies.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great suggestion.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Alex.
Good morning. Nice to see you both. Thanks for the presentation. I had a couple comments. The first was, I think it's slide number 16. I found confusing. I gravitated to the point which I think had a number 2 on it that was about access to nature in terms of public interest. I got lost with where number 1 was. So maybe that could be streamlined, or maybe your graphic just changed slightly. I got a little lost on that in terms of the points you were making.
Okay.
In the demographics section, it was somewhere around slide 32, you were speaking and had really effective. I followed easily the points you're making in terms of economics and yes, exactly that page, mortality. I was less convinced here about the BMI when you talked about greatly higher youth obesity between almost 23 versus a little over 24. I thought maybe the point would be better made focusing on disability, because you talk a lot in your presentation about ADA.
Yeah.
And I think the stats would reinforce it better.
Okay.
It's about 37 or 38. You spoke to connections to neighborhoods. And I couldn't pick those out either on the plans you displayed or when I made a preliminary review of your application through the PRISM system. So I think that's a really nice thing to reinforce because of the points you make about the surrounding neighborhoods and their needs. And then my last question was just how nice it is to have the connection to the Centennial Trail, and wondering whether or not the improvements of the trailheads include bike racks. It seems like this is going to be a nice place to take a break if you're pedaling around the area. And I wasn't sure. I looked at the list of improvements. I'm not sure I actually saw bike racks.
They should have, yeah, they should have made it on there. We can go back and look through the application, but that was definitely part of the design, because really Shields Park and Camp Sakani, they also serve as both trailheads for Beacon Hill and trailheads for the Centennial Trail potentially. So
okay, good point. Yeah, nice to know.
Thanks, Alex. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, great presentation. I used to work in similar areas with trails and trail-related and trailhead issues like this, which just spurs some thoughts in my mind. And I imagine you're dealing with it as well. A listed activity, I'll never understand why people do some of the things they do, but I'm wondering, beyond sort of creating more of a through route, if you have any plans for improving or controlling that type of activity or managing that type of activity, and then also any thoughts or plans or how you're dealing with a site like this that might attract overnight parking, and your thoughts on those two subjects. It's just something that in a setting like this just makes me think about those two types of issues and how you plan to manage them going forward.
okay, yeah, great.
Thanks, Jason. Anything else from the committee? Thoughts, questions, feedback? All right, Lisa, you got something?
Yeah, hold on. Sorry. Hello. Thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa.
I'm sorry. I think you were trying to go really fast and you did a good job, but I can't find a slide that shows the connection. Which slide showed how you're connecting the trailheads and the Centennial Trail?
Oh, those would be back in the either the project design or the need satisfaction sections where I'm going through the and I do it really, I touch on it very quickly as far as those connections.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, maybe I should spend a little more time.
I just like to have, I was taking notes too, so I wasn't grasping everything that was on the screen as fast as you were going. So I just like to have a better understanding of how they're all connecting.
Okay.
Thanks.
Awesome.
All right, thank you. Well, thanks, guys. Looks like Julie is presenting the next one.
Yep.
And then you'll be back after that. Okay. Maybe you'll hang out while Julie's doing hers. Okay, we'll get this one pulled up. And hey, Julie.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. I'll go ahead and pass control to you so you can advance your own slides. All right, click on the screen, see if you, looks like maybe you got it.
I think so. Let me do a quick
There.
check here. Yep, I think we're
There it
good.
All righty, we'll go right ahead.
All right, well, good morning. I'm Julie Neff with Spokane County Parks, and I'm excited to share the project that we've been working on at Bear Lake Regional Park. And I'll start with a brief introduction to the park and then get right to the criteria. We're beginning the first phase of renovations to the park in the shoreline focus areas. And within these areas, it's a goal to replace obsolete infrastructure with long-lasting features that will enhance overall usability, ADA access, maintenance efficiencies, and wildlife habitat. Our grant request is just under 1.4 million, and the total project amount is just under 3 million. The park is located in Spokane County, about 15 miles north of the city of Spokane. It's immediately adjacent to Highway 2, which connects into the city of Spokane. It's about 166 acres. Bear Lake is on the north half of the park. It's spring-fed and about 35 acres in size. The focus of this project are the shorelines on the east and the west side of the lake. The yellow highlighted areas are currently lined by gabion baskets that were installed in the 1990s and are now failing. There's human-caused erosion along several adjacent areas of shoreline. So in the next several slides, I'd like to talk about how the project meets the criteria, starting with need. So as a regional park, Bear Lake serves a wide area, including the Spokane metropolitan area and the more immediate residents of Deer Park and the communities of Elk, Chattaroy, and Colbert. And we expect that use of Bear Lake will continue to increase when the last section of US 395 or the North Spokane corridor is completed. And it's expected to be completed in 2029. It's this area highlighted in orange. And this will change things because this will be a 60-mile-an-hour limited access highway, and it's generally expected to increase growth in North Spokane County. So while use levels are likely to increase in the future, the park already gets a lot of use. And here are the 2021 visitor levels. And as you can see, the park is used year-round, and peak use is 351 vehicles a day in June. Some of the activities that draw people to the shoreline are fishing and paddling. And one of the reasons that Bear Lake is special is because it's one of the only lakes in the region designated for youth, disabled, and senior fishing. There's one small pier there now, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife stocks fish to help provide a quality fishing experience for these individuals. The lake is also popular for paddling, but currently there's not a designated boat launch. So most people put in next to the fishing dock, and that area is getting eroded. Within a 10-mile radius, there are only 2 other lakes available for fishing and paddling, and both are further north of Spokane, Van Lake and Aloka Lake. And I'll show you these lakes in the next 2 slides. Here's Van Lake. There's a public boat launch, no fishing dock, and no ADA facilities. Aloka Lake has ADA parking, restroom facilities, and a public boat launch, but no fishing dock. Another feature that draws people to Bear Lake are the public swim beaches. And you can see it's really popular on hot summer days. And a reason that it's so popular is because Bear Lake is the only public lakefront swim beach in North Spokane County, north of I-90. But all of this use and love has taken a toll on the park. And here are some examples of that on the East Shore. And you can see on the photo on the left, part of the beach and the gabion baskets are underwater. And the photo on the right shows some of the erosion that's happening. And this particular photo is where people are launching kayaks and canoes because there's not a designated launch area. So on the West Shore, the gabion baskets are failing. And last summer, a veteran in his wheelchair was fishing right here where the arrow is, and the edge gave way. Fortunately, a friend was there and was able to get him out of the water, and no one was seriously hurt, but obviously that's not a situation that anyone wants to have repeated. The photo on the right shows an area with significant human-caused erosion, and the county's risk management department directed the Parks Department to remove the benches and put up temporary fencing along the West Shore. So this shows the temporary fencing that was installed last summer as a safety measure. Another need is restroom facilities. And as you've seen, the park gets a lot of use, and the restrooms on the east side are operable. But on the west side, the restrooms are closed because it's no longer feasible to pump out waste from a holding tank. So there's a Sanican and a need for a septic system. So now I'd like to talk about the underserved populations near Bear Lake. And when we look at income levels, we see that there are quite a few people under the state average. And one of Spokane's cultural traditions in the summer is to go to the lake. And that's because we have about 76 lakes within an hour drive of Spokane. And for some people, that means going to a cabin or a marina. But for others, especially those with low income, having free public lake access like we have at Bear Lake is really important. There's a high disabled population in the vicinity of the park. And thanks to some of Bear Lake's accessible features, Staff has observed that this particular park has become very popular with community members who depend on wheelchairs and other devices that assist with mobility. Body mass index for ages 16 to 19. You can see that it's high in the surrounding area and especially high in the nearby city of Deer Park. And mortality rates also very high in the vicinity of the park, as well as along the existing and proposed auto corridors into and through Spokane. The project is identified in Spokane County's 2020 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, and it is in the 6-year capital improvement plan for 2023. Okay, need satisfaction and diversity of recreation. The project will improve ADA parking and access for all users to the paved lake trail that goes all the way around the lake. And that lake trail is one of the top attractions at Bear Lake. People of all ages and abilities use it for exercise, to be in nature, and to view wildlife. And here's where the trail continues through the west side picnic area. And again, as part of this project, we'll add ADA parking and connections to the lake trail and other features such as the children's play structure and the beach. The park has great potential for family outings and special gatherings. And as part of this project, we'll improve the swim beach areas and the swim facilities, install a much needed irrigation system, and install a septic system so that we can reopen the restrooms on the west side. As mentioned earlier, Bear Lake has the only fishing pier in a 10-mile radius, and we'd like to further expand that opportunity from 1 undersized pier to 3 accessible fishing piers. We're proposing to create a designated non-motorized boat drop-off and paddle launch to address the desire for paddling on Bear Lake. And viewing wildlife came up as a top activity in public outreach surveys, and we'll implement measures to protect and enhance habitat areas, including native plant restoration. Okay, the shoreline design and phase 1 master plan for the park began last September, and we've included the public at key steps in the design process. We're now at 60% design and close to submitting our permit applications. What we learned during public outreach is that this park is highly valued, especially by people with mobility challenges, because of its accessibility, the natural setting, and the opportunity to enjoy a variety of introductory outdoor recreation experiences. So in the next few slides, I'd like to show you how the design responds to what we learned. And first, I'll show you the east side design and then the west side. So the highlights of the plan are to remove the gabion baskets up in this area and install a sand beach instead. We'll provide ADA access along the north edge of the beach. And then we'll restore the shoreline area along the trail, remove the existing undersized fishing pier, and then replace that with a new accessible deep water fishing pier further north. Once we've taken out that smaller fishing pier, we can expand the area that's being used unofficially for boat launching for a designated boat launch, install a automobile turnaround and drop off, ADA parking. And then the existing fishing or picnic shelter is right here. We'll take that out and replace it with a new picnic shelter in the site of the former caretaker's residence that was taken out in 2018 and has really nice views of the lake. On the west side, we'll restore the area that's shown in green and install 2 new accessible fishing piers, one on the north, one on the south. And I should point out that since we submitted the grant application, we've revised the fishing pier on the south so that it has 1 point of access as opposed to 2. The gabion basket walls in this area would be taken out and replaced with boulder and sand beaches. We'll install a septic and irrigation system, and then a swim dock. Right here. Years ago, there were 2 swim docks. They've been taken out and we'd like to put one back. So in the swim beach areas, we'll remove these gabion basket walls and create a much better water access, similar to the image below. But in addition to the stairs, also include a walkway for ADA access. Sustainability efforts focus on habitat. And for example, in this eroded area, we plan to install a fishing pier so that we can accommodate access to the water at a single point, and then restore the rest of the shoreline with native riparian plants that would be protected from foot traffic with a 2-rail fence. Education will be an important aspect of the restorations. We're proposing interpretive signage and receptacles to recycle monofilament. We're proposing 2 turtle burrows on the south side of the lake for the lake's painted turtle population. Also on the south side of the lake will be a bat box on a pole. So we're really excited about the amount and diversity of community support that the project received, and that includes a $5,000 pledge for ADA connections from a local nonprofit, Inland Northwest Adaptive. And finally, cost efficiencies. To a large extent, the project focuses on making the most of what's already there. But where possible, our park operations staff will perform some of the work. And as an example for the restrooms, we've only included material costs for features such as cosmetic restoration, new paint, partition walls, and plumbing fixtures because the restrooms will be updated by staff as opposed to hiring a contractor. Okay, so in closing, Bear Lake really is a gem. It's loved by the community, but it is in need of some upgrades and love. So I'd really like to thank you for this opportunity. And are there any questions that I can try to answer for you?
Great, thank you, Julie. Questions from the committee on this project? Jason, go ahead.
Great presentation. Thanks for running us through this project. It's a cool one. I'm just wondering, and maybe you don't have an answer right now, but it might be helpful. I was looking through some materials just to understand where things are with the permitting agencies and consultation with the regulatory authorities, just because I deal with projects like this and I know how tricky that can be sometimes and how much time that process can take. So just otherwise, I didn't have any other questions, but I thought that might be helpful.
Okay.
Good, thanks, Jason. Nikki, go ahead, and then Kevin.
Hi there. I noticed in the community support question, you talked about some donations that you received, but I think that those might be better talked about in the cost efficiencies question, which is really about non-governmental or reducing government costs. And also I don't see those donations in your match breakdown. So I think that'll be important for you maximizing your points on the cost efficiencies question. So that's what I suggest for you.
Thanks.
Good, thanks, Nikki. Kevin.
Nikki cut one of the things I was going to mention. I think on the very first slide, you also noted a $5,000 donation that I didn't see specifically documented elsewhere. So I would encourage you to add that sort of back there towards the end where we're scoring for that kind of stuff. The second question or point, or I guess question I have is, same as I made in the last presentation, is there any kind of, if there's any kind of like volunteer work that supports the park, that would be, I think, nice to document somewhere in the community support area, or the cost efficiencies, if that'll be something that could be, in some way related to this project. But either way, I would take credit for that if there is credit to be had. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Other thoughts or questions? Jen?
Yeah, I have a couple of things to add. So in criteria number 1, I noticed you had your demographic info. I would suggest you move it to number 2 for the need satisfaction. I liked how they were super easy to read. But again, I would just, if you're matching, the grant criteria and the questions that the grant is asking, I think it's better suited for question 2. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And then on sustainability, I would mention, I think you had all ecological items. You might quickly mention, just to strengthen your application, some of the other, if there's social benefits, because I think there are with this project. So maybe just look back and consider that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Yeah, and sustainability, there's 3 factors. So it's not just ecological anymore, it's also social and economic.
Okay.
So Jason, you have something else?
I should mention this before, just to piggyback on Jen's comment, the sustainability aspects of the project. I know there's some good things happening here, including your design around the piers themselves and the decking, that sort of thing. I don't think I picked up on that in the presentation, but really good stuff there, and so it might be helpful to include that in the next round. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Good, thanks. And Jason's previous question just about permitting and readiness, I think maybe I kind of cut you off. If you want to take a minute just to kind of say where you're at in terms of if you've had preliminary conversations with Fish and Wildlife or other regulators.
Yeah, yes, we actually had a meeting out on site about 2 weeks ago with all of the regulators. The Army Corps of Engineers was involved early on. They're very supportive of the project. The Department of Fish and Wildlife, Ecology, and the county permitting, planning and building were there as well. So we are close to submitting the application. I think the question currently is whether the county require us to go with a conditional use permit or with a substantial development permit. But all of the agencies have been involved and are aware of the project and supportive. Okay,
perfect. Yeah, that's great. With new now with Land and Water is making sure projects are ready in terms of that permitting and cultural resources. So things are just a little more front loaded. It's all the same requirements. We just got to do stuff a little earlier. So it's good that you've had that meeting and you're talking to all the folks you need to talk to. So
yeah, thanks.
Any final questions or thoughts for Julie? All right. Well, thank you for joining us. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
Okay, we'll see you again in August for the final evaluation.
Thank you.
Okay, moving back to City of Spokane. Nick, are you going to present this one?
Yep.
All right. All right, go ahead, see if you can take control now.
All right, just testing here.
There it is. Now I can see your mouse.
Okay. You seeing anything advanced forward or back?
There it goes. It just went forward and back. Yeah. Sometimes there's just a slight delay. Did you see it?
Okay. Yep. I just saw it. All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Nick Hammond. I'm with the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation Division, here to present the Riverfront Park South Suspension Bridge renovation project. The project goal is to renovate the South Suspension Bridge within Riverfront Park, providing access to directly above the Spokane Falls and connecting the north bank of the Spokane River into the park. We request RCO grant funding in the amount of $1.4 million, which is approximately 49% of the estimated project cost. Remaining project funds are appropriated through the state, the local match, and the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund of the American Rescue Plan Act. The project is located within the City of Spokane. Our population is estimated at approximately 223,000 today. The project is located less than 1 mile from Interstate 90, just to the north and within the heart of Spokane's downtown, spanning the mid-channel of the Spokane River. The bridge is contained within Spokane's Riverfront Park, the city's only civic park. You'll see the bridge location within red here and the park boundary in blue. The park attracts 2.2 million visitors a year and is frequented by all ages, incomes, ethnicities within our community. The park hosts the city's largest events, including Hoop Fest, Bloomsday, Pig Out in the Park, Spokane's 4th of July celebration, and many others. It is our top tourist attraction and is the cultural center for our local population. The bridge is one of 16 within or immediately adjacent Riverfront Park. 7 of those bridges, which are shown in green, are pedestrian bridges. The project bridge, which is shown in red, is one of 2 which span directly over portions of the Spokane Falls. The South Bridge is one of the set of twins Originally was constructed for Expo 1974, the World's Fair. They're the only pedestrian bridges that provide access with unmatched view of the Spokane Falls. The twins create a major north-south connection for walkers, runners, cyclists, and sightseers in the park, and they're a crucial companion for interpreting the history of the park. Here you can see the South Suspension Bridge within the park spanning the Spokane River on a spring morning. You can see the spray of the water coating the bridge and its users. This is an image of the same bridge on a warm summer day. It does draw an incredible number of users because of that proximity to the falls. The bridge also provides access to an island of great cultural significance for the Spokane Tribe of Indians. The island, previously called Canada Island, was rededicated to the Spokane Tribe in 2016 in acknowledgement of the sacred and historic connection between the tribe and the island. And it was renamed Sinhumena, meaning salmon people in English. The bridges are even used by a rowing club on Sundays to offer free rowing lessons. Kind of interesting. We can't really overstate how unique the location of this bridge is. It really is unlocking incredible views of Spokane's most precious natural resource, where it's most dynamic and visceral. In 2014, the bridge upgrades and improvements portion of the Riverfront Park Master Plan was approved by the Spokane citizens and adopted by the Spokane Park Board. The suspension bridges were the highest ranked park improvement in that program, which did not receive funding from a 2014 voter approved bond. And in that same year, an extensive bridge engineering analysis was conducted for all park bridges by KPFF engineers, and the suspension bridges were rated as in poor to critical condition, the highest need of repair. The deck requires complete replacement to continue use. And since the writing of that report, all of the pedestrian bridges within the park have either been repaired, renovated, or replaced, with the exception of the South Suspension Bridge. As I mentioned before, it was one of a set of twins, and the North Bridge, which is not a part of this current application, deteriorated more quickly and was closed due to disrepair in 2019. In partnerships with a number of local organizations and RCO through the ALIA program, the North Bridge was renovated last year and reopened to the public in spring of this year. The South Suspension Bridge has yet to be renovated, and while it remains open at the submission of this application initially, it has since been closed for the safety of the public. Areas of the bridge deck have deteriorated to the point where additional patching or plating can no longer be implemented. Multiple locations of the bridge immediately adjacent previous repairs continually fail. Holes are emerging with increased frequency. And in May of 2022, 2/3 of all bridge panels had heaved to the point of failure and were unsafe for pedestrians. So the entire bridge deck is in need of replacement. So why replace this bridge over other projects or other needs within our system? According to a 5,300 person response survey received in 2021 park plan, Spokanites use this park for simple pursuits. They enjoy nature, walking, spending time with family. All of these activities, as well as attending special events, exercising, and using Riverfront Park attractions, were within the top 12 most popular local park activities citywide. 90% of respondents had used Riverfront Park. In addition to general rec desires, this project is in a neighborhood with historically underserved populations. Using the RCO grant application data tool, we can see that residents immediately surrounding the project earn less than 20% of the state median household income. They're disabled at a rate more than triple the state average, have slightly higher than average body mass index in ages 16 to 19, and experience nearly double the state average mortality rate. We also understand that this facility, being part of a large civic park, attracts frequent users living citywide, many coming from 2 to 5 miles away. So through the recent park master planning process, we developed a citywide social and environmental park equity zone map to determine where park improvements can best benefit at-risk populations. This project is located in the highest equity priority zone citywide. And in general, the Spokane community is older than the state average, has a higher percentage of households that are below poverty level, that receive SNAP benefits, which don't have a vehicle, and which have more than one household member with a disability. So the community is more socially vulnerable than average. Investing in this bridge is not repairing concrete, it's investing in a centrally located, ADA accessible, free activity with nearby public transportation stations that benefit Spokane's most socially vulnerable population. It preserves and enhances the community's connection to the water. So the project design is to minimize the appearance of the bridge once you're on it and focus on the falls. Project repair scope includes replacing the bridge decking, guardrails, conduit, and vaults on either end of the bridge, cleaning steel, minor steel repair, painting, and also some minor maintenance will be performed on the existing components after they're removed. The design life for the proposed improvement is 50 years. The design meets all trail and bridge planning standards, including WSDOT, AASHTO, IBC, and ADA standards, among others. The bridge itself is 228 feet from tower to tower. It's 10 feet wide. Upon completion, the bridge deck will remain that 10 feet width. The bridge towers and cables are all in good condition and will remain largely untouched during renovation. Heavily corroded steel will be removed and replaced with new strong weathering steel. Electrical conduit, which previously prevented proper bridge deck maintenance, will be removed, and the old bridge lighting system, which hasn't worked for over a decade, will also be removed. New re-rack conduit will be installed in a configuration that better allows bridge maintenance, and new light fixtures will be added to the bridge curbs and towers to safely illuminate the bridge walking surface. Vault lids at the ends of the bridge, which are currently patched together with plates, will be replaced with strong reinforced concrete. The bridge deck and curbing, which is currently a little porous, will be completely removed and replaced with strong reinforced concrete. The guardrail, which does not meet current code for height, baluster spacing, or handrail, will be removed for code compliance and reinstalled. Upon completion, the guardrail will remain consistent with the initial design intent, be raised to bicycle height, and as a contributing historic resource, will meet all DAP requirements for modification. Having completed the renovation of the North Suspension Bridge within the past year, we have very accurate renovation costs and have already identified barriers and risks to renovating this type of bridge as described. But again, the overall design goal is to ensure we restore safe public access to above the Spokane Falls. And since the bridge is already here, it's more sustainable to renovate an existing structure than propose a replacement bridge, which would more adversely impact aquatic lands and shoreline. So the bridge towers, cables, footings, and walls will remain practically untouched, eliminating the need for any work within the river or excavation along the river's edge. Raw materials required for the project will total just under 30% of what would be needed for a new bridge, and 100% of all existing metal will be either reused or locally recycled. So this is the latest project in the Riverfront Park program, which was adopted in 2014 and which outlined improvements for 20 years. The concept, which depicted here, was derived from over 75 public outreach meetings with neighborhood councils, community stakeholders, interested groups, community survey, and public polls. After that process, we recently completed the Spokane Parks Master Plan update in 2022, which is the result of an extensive public outreach process for the updated plan. We connected with over 5,300 citizens through 26 plus engagement opportunities, and investment in this bridge is specifically mentioned and supported through this recently adopted plan. It's also supported by Access for All, Vista Corporation, Spokane Downtown Partnership, all of which have written letters of support for this project. And since we've been pursuing this for several years now, design work is complete. We will be ready for bid at the fall of 2022. Project permits are already in hand, and a twin to this bridge has already been finished and open to the public. This all results in cost efficiencies to this application. Furthermore, the City Council has allocated matching funds for the project from a portion of the city's state and local fiscal recovery fund from the American Rescue Plan Act. This allocation reduces the burden on the Parks Division to fund this project alone and allows us to continue to care for the neighborhood parks that we have citywide. So in Riverfront, we've completed $70 million worth of capital renovations since 2015, 64.3 million of which have been funded by bond, and the remainder through various private, state, and federal grants and local appropriations. If funding is received from this application, 75% of the Riverfront Park Master Plan improvements will have been completed. So for several years, we've been pursuing funds for this bridge renovation, and RCO was really integral in funding the renovation of its sister to the north. Without this grant assistance, our focus likely shifts to setting up a long-term closure for this bridge. And with the help of our LWCF, we hope to connect the people of Spokane to their falls for an additional generation. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Nick. Questions from the committee? Lisa, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, my video, there it is. I was just curious about the sustainability factors. It seems to me that there is some kind of social sustainability going on, and I didn't hear you mention anything but environmental. Am I misunderstanding or misremembering?
I do think there's some social sustainability goals that were not mentioned in the presentation that we could probably include.
Thanks.
Thank you. Alex, go ahead, and then Jason.
A great presentation. It's really great that you've got images from a previous bridge restoration, so we actually get a feel for the work that's involved. I mean, it has an immediacy that is compelling. A couple comments. One was that this seems like such an iconic landmark, and I was just curious whether or not there was a kind of a historic preservation advocacy involved in this. Are you thinking about some kind of historic landmark designation, or how does that tie into just recognizing that this is a feature that has some other significance to the city?
Sure.
I certainly associate Spokane with a high level of historic preservation value whenever I'm there. So I'm curious about that.
Sure, Alex. We didn't call that out specifically, except for with a mention of the handrail, but it's already a contributing historic resource to Expo 1974. It was identified in a park-wide plan that we had generated a couple of years ago for preservation and restoration. So it is a key component to the pavilion, and these bridges are the two key components remaining from the Expo project that are recommended for preservation by our local HPO. So we have worked with DAP in developing the design to be kind of as minimal a touch as possible on these, while restoring kind of code compliance on the rail, which is really the only piece that looks different when we're done. I don't know if you feel that should be better to highlight in the presentation or not.
You might think about that. It seems like a really significant feature. It's something to think about, that you've already done that work in place. My only other comment was that you noted that all the permits are in hand. You're really ready to bid. And when I looked at the Prism in advance of this meeting, it has several no's in terms of permits being received. So it might just need updating.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Just one small question and comment is, be helpful. You did a nice job talking about the diversity of users at this bridge attracts, but I don't think I saw any information about like number of users, and maybe that information is available from the alternative route being used right now. I imagine they're probably using the vehicular bridge and potentially the newly renovated bridge. But if there's any information about number of users through like trail counters or that sort of thing, that might be helpful to include as well, and just help us in terms of when we're scoring the project later. But
okay,
thanks.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks. Other thoughts or questions? Kitty, go ahead.
Hi, great. Thanks, Carl. And thanks for this great presentation. One thing I was curious about, and again, it doesn't necessarily, this might just be more contextual than anything, but I think you showed one slide, and I can't remember the number, but where you zoomed out and you showed the bridge, and it showed the surrounding land use on, I don't know, the left side of that image. And there was a completely, looked like vacant lot. And I guess I'm just, when I think about bridges like this, and I think about Spokane, and I think about how critical these are for economic development, activity, tourism, those kinds of things, I was just curious about the potential future planned use of that site, and how this really fits into kind of the vibrancy and vitality of downtown. Yeah, exactly. That's the one. And I was thinking about the other bridge just to the north of that. And then there's a little, up to the upper left quadrant, a whole entirely vacant spot. So I didn't know if there's a big development planned, right? Or this is like kind of this critical connection between the two. But that was something that just popped into my mind as a wonder, I had as you presented this.
We can highlight that. Yeah, that was a former YMCA site that was bought by a private party, and it's actually being planned for development of 3 large residential towers, kind of mixed use residential development in that location. And it has that whole north bank that you see kind of in the upper left corner there has been really redeveloping from an old dilapidated warehouse kind of commercial or industrial use to new mixed use development. And a lot of that has been tied to the park. So we do have some good information there. That's why we have the endorsement from the Downtown Spokane Partnership, which is really all of our businesses in the downtown core. They've been leveraging this park renovation, I think, pretty heavily for improvements in their private properties. So that we would see a private development there within the next couple of years.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I mean, it's just clearly a critical connector to make all of this work.
If you've stood on this bridge when it's spring runoff and you've got 30,000 CFS going by, it's pretty incredible you're pretty wet. You're right on
Free
top.
showers. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Great, thanks. Other thoughts or questions for Nick? Good. I was curious, Nick, I may have missed this, but looks like it's currently closed, or if you weren't able to replace this, what's the alternative? I'm just sort of curious. You don't have to answer now, but presumably there's a way to get around, but it's probably a long way around, on other bridges or roads or sidewalks. And so sort of what the experience that's lost more than obviously the view and standing above the falls is, but what else is lost? And then I was also sort of curious about the choice of bridge decking. There's obviously wood would be too slippery, but powder coated steel or concrete seems heavy and prone to cracking over time. Maybe you're doing concrete panels that could be replaced if needed, or just curious about the choice of decking as well.
Yeah, sure. So the decking choice, to answer that first, the cast in place concrete is actually critical to ensuring the structural integrity of the bridge. We've learned our structurals tell us, because it was designed that way in the first place, weight is actually a huge contributing factor to making these bridge function properly. And if, let's say, we removed all that concrete and put on a steel deck, it would be quite a bit lighter, and that actually really significantly affects the structural integrity there. So there's an engineering reason. There's also a historic preservation reason that these were always a concrete deck, and the historic preservation officer recommended we keep that. So that's the primary reason for the change there, or the preservation of the concrete deck.
Gotcha.
We are using a lightweight concrete that's reinforced with fiber mesh, and so they tell us quite strong, but over time concrete does crack. We should see at least a 50-year design life there. And then we can certainly potentially consider showing what a detour route would look like around this. We have considered that. We do have pedestrian routes within the park. You can see the one on the right there on Howard Street, which is a shared use between pedestrians and vehicles. So that would be the alternative, but we could also show a route that would bypass this bridge.
All right, thanks. Okay, I don't see any other hands in the committee. Well, thanks, Nick, for presentation.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you later. All right, everyone, break about right on schedule. Come on back 10:15. We'll get going with Othello. Hey, everybody.
Hello, Carl.
Hey, looks like Mayor Logan is here. Thanks for joining us.
You.
Talia, are you, who's going to control the PowerPoint here? I'll pass
I
it.
will.
Talia, okay. All right, let me get this pulled up for you. Turn off my video. And all right, there you go, Talia. See if you can click on the screen there and perfect. All right, looks like it's working. Well, go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm Sean Logan. I'm the mayor of Othello. And I want to thank the LWCF board, Carl, Tessa, and the rest of the RCO staff for giving us this opportunity to present our plans and ideas for Kiwanis Park. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you Talia Lamas, Othello's grant writer. She does a marvelous job, and you'll see why as she leads you through this presentation. Thank you. Talia, take it away.
Thank you. I wanted to begin this presentation with this image of Kiwanis Park, a park that is passive and active, located near schools and beautiful neighborhoods, and a park that is destined for greatness. Recently, the Othello community has definitely been on a roll. RCO has been extremely supportive of all the projects we have presented, and with RCO help, the landscape in Othello has changed. Now we want to focus on another section of town that really needs our attention. And in this presentation, I will explain how we intend to do that. It is for the youth of our community that we come to you today to request funding for Kiwanis Park. The city of Othello will use this grant to develop a spray park, add lighting, and renovate the existing walking trails, as it is one of only 2 active parks in our city of 8,725. Our overall project goal is to design and install appealing, safe, and ADA compliant amenities that will make the park more usable for multi-generational community members. The spray park will be free of charge and will be designed primarily for children 12 and younger. Park-wide lighting will be added to enhance security and address a significant graffiti problem at this park with many trees and dark areas. Lighting will also extend the usable hours of all park activities and facilities. The existing walking trails have deteriorated since they were built in 1975 and are no longer ADA accessible or even very useful for anyone pushing a stroller or a bike. These trails will be ground down and resurfaced to restore connections that tie together all park areas with accessible, safe pathways that encourage healthy activity and mobility for park users of all ages and abilities. Othello has 4 local parks that total 47 acres: Lions, Kiwanis, Pioneer, and Triangle Park. At this time, only Lions Park offers a water feature. Our current multi-use trails do not meet ADA accessibility standards as they are unleveled and possess stormwater issues, which cause a concern for safety. The amenities that our team works hard to maintain are frequently being abused due to the lack of visibility. And Kiwanis Park only has 1 light post by the restroom area, and the rest of the park is not visible during the dark hours of the day. As you can see here, the city of Othello has a water feature on the other end of the city. But now we want to focus on a different side of the city because this is where we have low to moderate income families. In this image, we demonstrate the locations of low-income housing and their proximity to Kiwanis Park. Renovating the existing trails, adding light, and constructing a water feature at Kiwanis Park is definitely going to benefit the underserved low to moderate income families that live in this area. The spray park, walking trails, and lighting project meets all 5 of the priority areas in RCO's 2018-2022 Recreation and Conservation Plan, most relevant to improving equity, getting youth outside, and sustaining our legacy of providing appealing and accessible recreation for youth and families. This project also meets priorities of Othello's 2015 Comprehensive Plan and the most recent update to the 2022 park element of the Comprehensive Plan. In 2020, the city of Othello applied for RCO funding for a splash pad but at that time we had it within the Aquatic Center at Lions Park. Our project did not rank high enough to get funded. So after much thought, reflection, and taking into consideration all the feedback the RCO shared with us and their desire to see the splash pad be an amenity that was free of charge, we modified this project to be located in a different area that will not only address equity, but will also be free recreation for all. This project is not only the desire of our internal team, but it is the desire of our community. In a survey we conducted this year, each respondent was limited to their top 3 choices in order to develop priorities. The results showed this Ray Park as one of the top preferred facilities needed in Othello. The SCORP mapping tool shows a census tract that includes Kiwanis Park, which affects a population of 5,299 people. Using the SCORP data mapping tool, we identified the following demographics in Othello. The median household income is significantly below the state average. Persons of color make up 88% of the city's population. Our disabled population is 9%. The body mass index exceeds the statewide average, and our mortality rate is far above the statewide average as well. According to the 2020 American Community Survey, 39.2% of Othello's population is under the age of 18, and 35.5% of the total population is under the age of 14, which is our target population for this project. We are a young community, we have many children, and it is because of them that we strive to make Othello a better place. ACS also reports that 36% of Othello's children live in poverty compared to 12.6% statewide. The Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction data for the 2021-2022 school year reports that 88% of Othello students are enrolled in free or reduced lunch. And to recap, criterion 1, public need for this project. There is currently 1 water feature in Othello. There are safety, accessibility, and aesthetic issues with the current amenities at Kiwanis Park. And Othello has a large and significantly underserved population of children in terms of age and income. Next is criterion 2 or criterion 4. Our goals for this project directly address our public needs. This project will be designed and constructed to meet modern safety and ADA accessibility standards, serve the 39% of Othello's youth population, especially the 35.5% of the total population that is age 14 and under, be multi-generational for years to come, provide free recreation to all children, their families, and caregivers, including the 36% of children in poverty. Provide an inviting, equitable water feature for families to play and relax, and renovations that will increase safety. This project design transforms an uninviting area into a welcoming space that enhances the current recreation experience, improves safety, and enables universal accessibility. The images to the right are examples of spray park features, and the project design to the left shows the location of the 12 light posts that will be added to increase visibility and safety. And we just want to reiterate the existing conditions of Kiwanis Park and its current uninviting surfaces that will be renovated to provide a better recreational experience. We are really excited about the spray park aspect, but equally important is the addition of lighting and renovating the existing trails, because both of these projects will have better risk management, lower maintenance costs and labor, and provide a better recreation experience. The trails will be increased in width to be more user-friendly and universally accessible. The cost estimate was prepared using the accuracy of a design survey and includes taxes, contingencies, and escalation. 100% of the RCO funded projects designed by our landscape architect have been constructed within the grant funding request. This project will greatly improve the ecological function of this park area. The evergreen trees will be preserved as they are well placed for good sun exposures and shade. Areas around construction will be seeded with the shade and drought tolerant blue grass, which will reduce water use and provide durable ground cover. We estimate that 80% of the project labor and materials will be locally sourced. as well. We will reduce future maintenance costs and extend the performance life of these amenities by making drainage and irrigation modification improvements. We will keep stormwater management on site, and the trails will be made up of recycled materials, as we will use asphalt grindings from the existing trails. This project will promote opportunities for free recreation and social and cultural connections in Othello. Although Othello is a walkable community, I do want to emphasize the significant social impact of a free, inclusive, and sustainable spray park will have on Othello's underserved children and their families, specifically to those who live near Kiwanis Park. Adding attractive trails and visibility across the park will enhance the neighborhood experience and provide safety for everyone. In May of 2022, our City Council unanimously passed a resolution that authorized grant applications for this project, in addition to authorizing a local match. So to demonstrate the support for this project from our community, I actually reached out to them in a creative Instagram poll. Out of 124 votes, 98% of them supported the idea of building a spray park at Kiwanis. 97% agreed that the trails needed renovation. And to the right, we received many comments regarding the need for lighting, and the majority of the comments shared the same reaction as to how lighting will increase safety. The property has been in city ownership since 1953. This project requires no additional land acquisition. And another cost efficiency is that the restrooms, the picnic shelters, and parking lot already exist. Not having to develop these support functions saves a huge amount of money for the city. And finally, the city already has grounds maintenance staff dedicated solely to Kiwanis Park. So no additional staffing cost is required by this project. And this concludes our presentation. I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I am ready to receive your feedback.
Okay, great. Thank you. And it's Talia.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name.
Oh, no worries.
Thanks for a nice presentation. Kitty, why don't you start?
Great. Okay. Sorry. I added one more device. So now I figured my video out, hopefully. Maybe I haven't. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much. This was a lovely project. I really want to also just share that I really appreciated all the pictures all the pictures of the kids and youth in the community just really, I think brought it to light, brought the project to life. So thank you for that. And it's helpful to have pictures from folks actually in the community, not some, random picture off the internet. So really, really neat to see. I also really appreciated at the beginning of your presentation where you were kind of emphasizing the real, equity focus of the project in terms of looking at this park and kind of the communities that are immediately surrounded and that will be served by this project. I thought that was a really strong part of identifying the need and the kind of prioritization of this project. I think the one question I had, just knowing Othello in Eastern Washington and how hot it gets in the summer. I don't know if this is in the sustainability section of the presentation, but perhaps you could have share a bit too about the need for the spray park in terms of, finding mitigating heat and just finding relief, right? And kind of a cooling center in the community in the summer. So I think that seems like also a really strong part and opportunity with this project. And then to your point about this facility being free, I mean, that's really critical when we're looking at at everybody being able to access kind of these cooling centers in their community. So maybe that's a point you can emphasize or bring a little bit more data to show how hot it is and how and perhaps to the use of that other facility. That might be another thing to look at to kind of emphasize that point. So, but thank you very much. This was great.
Thank you, Kitty.
Thanks, Kitty. Other thoughts, questions for Othello? Alex, go ahead.
I don't have a question, just so much as to want to voice my appreciation that you acknowledged having taken the feedback after you didn't get a previous grant request funded and modified it. I don't know if that is effective in any of the criteria of moving ahead in terms of grading, but not giving up and really thinking seriously about how else to provide the needs of your community. So thanks for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Alex. Other comments or questions? Corey, do you have something?
Yeah, I think it was slide 10. Could you go back to slide 10?
Yeah.
I think it was 10. Maybe it's 11 then. 12. Where you had a slide there that had a survey of the employees, was it?
So it's 9
9? I was 1 off.
right there.
And that was that just the employees?
No, this was actually our community. We sent
Okay.
this to the community.
Okay. That's all I was wondering. Thank you. Great presentation and great project.
Thank you, Corey.
Thanks. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for a great presentation. I just had a couple of questions, primarily as it relates to access, and you did a really good job highlighting obviously the location of the new water feature relative to within the community. I imagine something like this will probably be a draw that's wider, you know, more widespread than just a community. And I'm just wondering if any other features of the park, like capacity for parking or bathrooms or things like that, have been considered, and if there's any anticipated impacts or anything in that world. As we all know, we love to build and create nice things for our communities, and then ultimately we run into their challenges. And so I just had a question around that, and you don't just have to answer right now, but just something that came to mind as I was listening. And but I really appreciate a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Any final thoughts from the committee? I was wondering on sustainability from ecological, and I might have missed this, but I wasn't sure if this was like a recirculating system. So in terms of like water usage, and or a lot of modern splash pads have touch activated water features, just so it's only running when being used and when kids are out there. That might help with the ecological piece of sustainability.
These are good feedback. This is really good. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you again in August.
Hey.
Thank you.
Well.
All right. Bye, you guys. All right, moving back over to Western Washington, Island County. Let's see who's here for. Katie, you presenting this one?
Yes.
Okay, great. Me. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the screen. Okay, looks like it's working.
Okay, perfect.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Katie White, and I'm a land protection specialist with the Whidbey-Camino Land Trust. I'm also joined today by our Conservation Director, Ryan Elting, and we are presenting on behalf of Island County Parks and Recreation. The county is the project sponsor, and they will acquire a conservation easement on the property, and they're implementing the project in partnership with the Land Trust. This LWCF project will protect 262 acres of contiguous forest land habitat, provide a new trail opportunity for public recreation, and support climate resilience of Whidbey Island. The project location is shown here, identified by the yellow star. The Lagoon Point Community Forest property is in the Greenbank area of central Whidbey Island in North Puget Sound, just north of Seattle and west of Everett. Whidbey attracts visitors from the greater Seattle region and beyond. Zooming in closer, you will see the parcels that comprise the community forest. The 262 acres this grant will cover are outlined in yellow and expand upon protected land outlined in red. This includes 259 acres of core forest owned by 4 different landowners and about 3 acres that will be acquired for public access. Public access points are planned for the west side along Smuggler's Cove Road and the east side along Day Road. This includes parking lots, trailheads, and informational kiosks. Management access will be maintained at the southwest corner shown here. The dotted white lines are a subset of existing trails that show an appropriate trail network for the site. The existing network is currently used and maintained by the neighbors. You will notice that the northeast corner of the property is void of trails because the wetland and stream critical areas and topography challenges make that area great for habitat, but not for recreation. The Land Trust will modify the trail network to balance recreation and habitat protection. The Land Trust will own and manage the properties for passive public recreation and to enhance forest health and habitat. The county will hold a conservation easement ensuring public access in perpetuity. Taking a quick look at the budget, the county is requesting $1.9 million in LWCF funds to acquire a conservation easement on the Lagoon Point Community Forest. The remainder of the conservation easement cost, as well as funding to support the Land Trust fee ownership of the properties, together comprise the 53% match to this LWCF request. This includes County Conservation's Futures grant funds, private donations, and an RCO Community Forest grant request. In order to make the Community Forest project a reality and open to the public, the county and Land Trust are partnering to secure the pooled resources necessary for these subsequent transactions to permanently protect the properties before they are sold and developed. Jumping into the grant criteria, need. The project area is located in the central Whidbey service area identified in Island County's comprehensive plan. It's situated in a gap within the service area, although there are existing trail opportunities to the north and south. Whidbey Island receives over 1 million visitors every summer from Seattle and the surrounding region. The island's existing trail networks are overused and overcrowded, making it difficult to access and use during peak seasons. New trail opportunities are needed throughout the island to accommodate this influx of visitors and the local community. Further, Island County has a higher percentage of people over the age of 65 compared to the state, and the vast majority of the project area's census tract is comprised of individuals over 65. Aging populations are staying more active and may have limited income, so there is a need for accessible, convenient recreation opportunities. There's also an increase in the number of younger families moving to the island due to the pandemic and resulting remote work options, who are also seeking outdoor recreational opportunities. As this graphic from Island County's comprehensive plan shows, the county's parks and recreation focus is on projects that simultaneously protect habitat and provide outdoor recreation opportunity. Community members voiced nature trails as their highest desire for recreation when the county developed its recreation plan. The map on the left from the Land Trust Land Protection Plan shows conservation priorities outlined in black and habitat corridors in purple. These were identified with natural resource experts and community input during a strategic planning process, and they are regularly updated. As you can see, the project area is located within a resilient habitat corridor that is essential for the refuge and movement of flora and fauna on Whidbey Island. As you can also see, the project is located between 2 major priority protection areas. It connects the Green Bank priority area, which includes Green Bank Farm and Forest and Lake Hancock to the north, and connects the Mutiny Bay priority area where South Whidbey State Park and Trillium Community Forest are located. All of these sites are priority conservation and recreation areas. This photo of a red pileated woodpecker, a forest keystone species, was taken at the project site. And western toads, a species of greatest conservation need, have also been observed on the site. Protection of the community forest will ensure habitat enhancement and continued wildlife movement and species dispersal through this narrow section of central Whidbey Island, in addition to providing a new trail recreation opportunity. The Lagoon Point Community Forest meets the community's highest desire for recreation, which is access to nature trails, as indicated in Island County's comprehensive plan. The project also meets the county's goals for non-motorized trails by developing an expanded, high-quality recreational trail system in the county. The project will offer up to 3 miles of forest trails that meander through 262 acres of beautiful, diverse forests with seasonal streams and a peaceful setting that can be enjoyed by residents and visitors alike. The community forest will offer a variety of passive recreation activities for all ages that are compatible with the habitat and conservation values of the site. Allowed uses include hiking, birding, photography, wildlife viewing, and on-leash dog walking. Local organizations and schools will also be able to use the forest for outdoor learning opportunities. Immediacy of threat. Without protection, the properties will be sold soon, logged to create Puget Sound views, and developed into 24 home sites. The current owners of the 220 acres of core forest are logging companies, and they're looking to divest the land, and they're willing to sell to us if we can leverage the resources to make it happen. The owners have already received numerous and repeated offers from West Coast developers. The Land Trust acquired 25 acres of the core properties in December 2021 under a waiver of retroactivity to prevent it from going on the market. This is truly the last opportunity to protect this large swath of forest, one of only a few of this size on the island, in a mapped wildlife corridor for community recreation, wildlife, and resilience benefit in this narrow section of the island. Long-term viability of this project is excellent. As mentioned, the forest contains an existing network of private trails used by the neighbors that will be open to the public for recreation after some modifications to ensure that they're appropriate for public use. Island County will hold the conservation easement, and the Land Trust will manage and defend the community forest in perpetuity with its 5 full-time stewardship staff, dedicated voluntary site stewards, and legal defense funds. The county and the Land Trust are developing a permanent recreation management plan for the site. The county and Land Trust have partnered under this model on numerous successful state-funded projects over the last 10 years, including Trillium Community Forest, Glendale Beach, and Possession Sound Preserve. This partnership has proven to be a highly successful method of protecting land for conservation and public recreation. This project is the last opportunity and only suitable site remaining within this narrow section of the island for the intended public uses. The project has the support of the willing landowners, numerous neighbors, and is expected to be enthusiastically and widely supported by the broader community as it's shared more widely because islanders highly desire trails. The local Whidbey Times newspaper ran a story on the project this spring, and the Land Trust presented the project at a 60-person member event that garnered excitement from Whidbey residents interested in getting involved and supporting the project. We have since begun receiving donations as a result that will go towards this grant match. The community organizations listed here have also pledged their support, and the county and Land Trust are in the process of engaging more community partners and launching a public fundraising campaign for the project. Because the framework of the trail system already exists, protection of this forest for public use is incredibly more efficient than creating a trail network from scratch. The major trails on the site are in really good shape, and some of the spur trails will need some work, and the trail signage will need to be installed. Our volunteers love trail work and prefer it over most other stewardship activities. The Land Trust will be responsible for the long-term maintenance and management of the site. We have 5 full-time experienced stewardship staff and a robust volunteer program that engages more than 200 volunteers per year who contribute more than 3,500 hours and will lend their in-kind services to stewarding and maintaining the community forest. This project will provide public access at a low cost with great benefit to residents and visitors. The county and Land Trust will collaborate on the successful stewardship of the site with a great cost savings for Island County. Any income generated from forest health enhancement activities will also fund ongoing stewardship needs. And finally, this grant request has a 53% match in local, state, and privately raised funds. And with that, that's the end of the presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this project.
Great, thank you, Katie. Hey, Ryan.
Hello.
All right, questions. Jen, go ahead.
Hey there, great presentation, excellent project. I thought in the beginning, slide 3 and the talking points associated with that should probably better fit under your need, criteria 1. Let's see, if you go back, so this is all part of the intro. What did you have on the slide previous?
Oh, back one?
Yeah, back. Oh, yeah. So yeah, I think, so it's probably more the talking points that you had associated with this slide. I mean, I think it's good to see the intro and the project location. But I did think that you talked about the need kind of more in the intro where I think it could move over. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Alex. Go ahead.
Thanks, Katie. This seems like a really exciting opportunity. I just wanted to clarify for myself, this is a request to fund the purchase of an easement, not outright public ownership. Is that right?
Correct, yes. So the county is applying for an easement and the Land Trust is applying for matching funds that will support our fee ownership.
Okay.
And if I could just add to that, under this model, like we've done in the past, the county conservation easement would ensure and enshrine permanent public access on the site.
Understood. Yeah, appreciate that. One other question is, when I was looking at the material in the PRISM submission, the list of property names and acreage type includes tidelands. And when I look at the diagram actually up on the screen, which was also available to us, I couldn't see anything that looked like tidelands to me. What I think of as tidelands, it's actually on the Isaacson acreage. So could you point that out? And it seems like potentially if you have tidelands, there's even access to a beach.
I'm thinking that may have been a mistake, right?
Okay.
Are you thinking the same thing?
There are definitely no tidelands associated with this, and we can correct that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
My next question is to ask if there's transit. We've had some other presentations from Whidbey and understood that Whidbey has a fantastic free transit. So I'm wondering, do any of the streets that border and get you to the trailheads actually provide transit when you're talking about the demographics and the need for low cost or free public recreation?
I can answer that. Smuggler's Cove Road on the west side does have free public transit.
Good to know. We might reinforce that. And then lastly, when you're talking about the increased use that you're seeing in all your parks and would anticipate increasing even further, do you need to expand or improve the trailheads in any way?
The trailheads do not exist right now. We are acquiring the sites for the trailheads and have a tremendous amount of experience building the public access parking and trailheads.
So that would be a phase 2. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for a great presentation. Just a couple of questions. I'm wondering about the easement being considered for the county, and so the county retains access to that easement, but do they have any responsibilities for that easement in terms of maintenance or funding or that sort of thing into the future? I've seen that model before and wondering what the sustainability of the trail system looks like. I know that the land trust is committed to helping steward the site, but does the county have any responsibility in that?
The county would not have any responsibility. The land trust will own and manage and defend the property solely on our own. Yeah.
Okay. And then one other funding related question, and you've done a great job generating a whole bunch of match here. And I was trying to look, and maybe I missed it, but has Conservation Futures Trust been at all part of this process, or has that been are they at all involved as a funder or an agent or a group for the project?
Yeah, we've applied for funds, and the final decision will be made, I believe, in July. So it's $650,000 as part of our match.
Great. All right. Thanks a lot. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Jason. Kitty.
Great, thank you. You can hear me okay. I think one thing, this might be more in the need context, but I think I'd appreciate kind of seeing how this property fits within the context of similar properties across the island. I mean, I think you talked about how many of these kind of more regional, national, state parks are magnets for visitation. And I guess I'd love to kind of understand how this sits or helps meet that kind of demand need. When I think of Island County, there's a lot of incredible large natural assets like this that have been put together. So I guess just kind of putting this within context, I think would be helpful. And then maybe even, I think you shared anecdotally that a lot of these other sites have high visitation, but I don't know if there's numbers available. That could be really helpful. Again, just to kind of help lift up really the need for this real incredible kind of, what you're doing here is making an asset that'll, kind of help meet that next generation's demand, right? For use and public access to these kinds of natural assets. So that's something I kind of wanted a little bit more of.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's helpful.
Thank you. Jason, do you have something else, or maybe your hands are still up? Okay. Other thoughts from the committee? Kevin, do you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of go last because I don't think it's important to my scoring, but I'm still trying to just wrap my head around the easement and things. So if I understand correctly now, this land is owned by some timber companies that have graciously allowed this recreational use to occur. And I'm still a little vague. So there's going to be an easement on it, but then and I was thinking that was to the current owners, but then at one point you said something about the land trust being the owners. And I just, from my personal education, I guess, could you kind of go through that again? That would just be make me feel better. Thanks.
Yeah. So the conservation easement and the land trust fee simple ownership are going to be, we're planning this model to be two subsequent transactions happening at the same time to kind of pool the resources to make both things happen. So the land trust is going to purchase the properties and fee simple ownership, and then at that same time, we'll be putting Island County will be putting a conservation easement on it to protect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for tolerating my confusion there. I got it this time. So thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks, Kevin. And in your budget, the $4 million, is that just the easement value?
It includes, yeah.
Okay. Some high value property up there. I thought you could help by adding some more slides and pictures sort of as you're talking. You have a nice script, but go ahead and flip through a few more pictures of the site or other sites where you kind of used this model. And I think it's pretty clear there's a lot of pre-existing social trails. It's sort of it's already being used. It's ready to go. But if you do have plans for future trailheads, it'd be nice to know maybe just a, conceptual design, timing of when that might get constructed. That could be helpful to see.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks you guys. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you very much.
All
Thank
right.
you all.
See you in August.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on time for another break. Come on back in 15 minutes for the Sumner project. Hey, Derek, looks like you're presenting this next one.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let me turn off my video, pass you control. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can. There we go. Looks like it's working. All right. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Derek Berry. I'm the Community Services Manager for the City of Sumner. Sumner is a growing city located in the South Puget Sound. We're just south of Auburn, west of Bonnie Lake, east of Puyallup. We're in the Puyallup Valley. Our growth has been pretty substantial for at least a small city. We've grown about 10% in the last 5 years. We're almost at 11,000. Sumner is also the home to the Sumner Pacific Manufacturing Industrial Center with over 15,000 jobs. Sumner currently has 3 neighborhood parks, 1 regional park, which is nearby, 2 special use parks on Main Street, and 2 future neighborhood parks. Siebenthaler Park is currently the only neighborhood park north of Main Street. In 2018, our Parks and Trail Plan update asked users, which park do you love and or visit the most? Sadly, the lack of investment at Siebenthaler Park often sends nearby residents to travel to other neighborhood parks across town. Other feedback from our 2018 plan update was the need for permanent public restroom and Sumner's first dog park and spray park. As you can see from this 2021 efforts with our master plan, we asked if there was anything about concepts that people liked, and really in the end, it was just thanking us for finally doing something for Siebenthaler Park. So Siebenthaler Park is surrounded by medium density residential zoning consisting of single family residents and many multifamily complexes. We have some heavy industrial and light industrial properties nearby as well. The residents in this community have been historically underserved, and this park is long overdue for improvements. City Council has acknowledged this and recently passed the 6-year park improvement plan, with this now being the top priority. Sumner's comprehensive plan identifies a quarter mile as walkable for our neighborhood parks. Siebenthaler has over 1,400 residents within that area. The residents in the census tract live below the state median household income, above the average disabled population, higher BMI for those 16 to 19, and a higher mortality rate. In 2021, the city of Sumner started working on a master plan for Siebenthaler Park. A kickoff survey resulted in popular requests that we often saw in our 2018 efforts, including a spray park, dog park, inclusive playground, tree planting, screening, restroom, walking trails, paths, parking, and lighting. Phase 1 includes the 2 most requested and needed features for the community, as well as several other important popular features that are identified in yellow here. As you can see, our 2 most popular are taking up a majority of all the votes. So the most popular feature was the spray park. With no other local safe public access to water for recreation and cooling, the city tried our old-fashioned efforts of just turning on the sprinkler system and letting people run through it during last year's biggest heat wave. For the rest of the hot days of Sumner, residents are forced to travel 10 to 15 minutes if they're lucky by vehicle to find safe public access to water. The closest spray park is at Pioneer Park in Puyallup, then Les Grove Park in Auburn. With no local transit, those without transportation are left without any good options. The second most requested feature was a dog park. In 2021, the city installed a temporary pop-up dog park. It's been a huge success. It's now a routine for many people in the community and their dogs. We're excited to be converting this to a permanent dog park in the north side of the park. This map shows our preferred master plan with phase 1 improvements highlighted in red. We'll be adding on the spray park, creating the permanent location for a dog park, modifying the basketball court, adding a permanent restroom, and creating on-street ADA parking. Future phases will be adding on-site ADA parking and connecting more features with our ADA walkways, including to the shaded inclusive playground, plaza, large picnic shelter, and wetland pathway and enhancements. The popular spray park will be centrally located with easy access from all points of the park. Our concept is similar to this picture here, with a small sloped hill for families to gather and provide better line of sight for all of the play areas. When looking at conceptual layouts, residents shared concerns about the dog park being near the multipurpose court, playground, or spray park. By moving it to the north end of the park, we are providing a buffer for people and dogs. The dog park will be roughly 0.19 acres in size. This here is a picture of our temporary dog park. It was a great success, and we're thrilled to be having a more permanent solution with better access and amenities. Currently, it's tucked away and not really easily accessible from the sidewalks. The basketball court will become a multi-purpose court. We'll have space for a permanent restroom near the multi-purpose court, spray park, and the future inclusive playground. Here's an example of the goal for our multi-purpose court to allow for basketball, pickleball, volleyball, shuffleboard, foursquare, or other court games that could fit. Phase 1 stays outside of a small, low-functioning wetland buffer that's in the north section of the park. I'm sorry, in the west section of the park at the top of the screen here. The city does not anticipate needing any Army Corps permits for this first phase. We will be using native plants and trees throughout the project. These phase 1 improvements will encourage and create physical and social connections for the community that has historically been underserved. This park provides the best option for outdoor recreation for this entire neighborhood. Their next option for open space is to cross the busy arterial of Valley Avenue and traveling 1/3 of a mile to Daffodil Valley Elementary School. This was one comment from our survey of it is improving the park and neighborhood and will encourage families to enjoy the outdoors. Public outreach has been pretty extensive. Starting in June of 2021, we had a kickoff survey that lasted for 4 months. We held a public event at Nights on Ryan. We've had, number 1 was our Sumner Connects page. It's on our city website. It's still up and running, and we post updates to that when we have anything to share. Number 4 on here was the Concept Alternatives Open House. That was in October of 21. The number 5 and number 6 were both done in November. That was the online survey, as well as a meeting with the Nearby Homeowners Association. Number 7, the Preferred Concepts online survey was done in January 2022. The presentation to Rotary was in February of 2022. They were thrilled with what we're doing for the community. And then number 9, the final concepts and cost estimates was in March, with council approving the master plan in April of this year. This graph here on the left is actually both the graph and the chart is from our online project page with summaries of our survey. So the first spike you see on the left is the kickoff survey. The second spike is the alternative survey. And then the third one is the preferred concept survey. So we've had pretty good input with each of those big surveys. The 497 engaged participants are people who actually filled out surveys. 650 informed they're engaged or they at least viewed a video or downloaded documents or visited multiple pages. 1,346 at least visited one page. Letters of support have come from Vadis, which is our longtime neighbor to the north and extensive park user. They're a nonprofit organization providing services to adults with disabilities and to youth and young adults experience homelessness. Mayor Kathy Hayden also wrote a letter of support, as well as the Sumner Rotary President, David Preston. Earlier this year, the News Tribune did an article and a video on our efforts for Siegenthaler Park. Some cost efficiencies are that we are working with Sumner Rotary. We're anticipating a donation of $25,000 through them. The city has a tree nursery that's been in place for a long time, where we basically buy trees really young and grow them out on our cemetery. And then we have tree spade and everything to replant trees that are a very low investment. And then we also have nearby utilities and a pretty simple layout utilizing the multi-purpose court as well that we already have existing. Our community thanks you for the opportunity to present this worthy and needed improvement. Do you have any questions?
Nice, thank you, Derek. Questions from the committee? Jen, go ahead.
Hi, Derek. I thought this was a great presentation that you answered a lot of the, most of the criteria really well. I do have a couple suggestions regarding sustainability, number 5. And I think to steal Carl's idea from one of the last presentations, I think you have an opportunity for ecological. You could highlight the ecological side of things. I believe, what were your talking points for this one?
Well, we do have future phases. We're staying outside of the current low functioning wetland right now in phase 1. There's no plan of having needed an Army Corps for phase 1. Future phases include a walkway up through the top of the screen, which is to the west, and having an educational feature in there with the wetland improvements and buffer. But phase 1, there's no, we're not dealing with the wetland or the buffer at that point.
But phase 1 also includes the spray park. So
yes.
You could talk about any kind of like low impact design, recycled water, maybe to highlight that. Did you talk about social?
A little bit, just
aspects?
mentioning just the gathering place. Should I
Yeah.
highlight that a little bit more?
Okay. Yeah, I think anything you can do just to improve your score in that category is great. I think I picked up more of the social than the ecological, but I just think you have opportunity for both of those. And then on community support, criteria 6, you might, just with the way your talking points were, you might consider switching, like putting slide 23 or this one, 22, after this one and the next one. Just a suggestion, look at your flow, and it just seems like maybe highlighting some of the other stuff first and then going through kind of like your timeline would fit at the kind of the end of the community support section.
Okay, so the slide that's up right now towards the end.
Towards the end of this category.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a consideration. But great job.
Thank you. Thanks for the advice.
Yep.
Kitty, go ahead.
Great, thanks. And yeah, again, this was a really great presentation and very thorough. A couple things jumped in my mind was, I think there's one ADA accessible stall, a parking stall potentially being installed. And number 1, I guess I was just thinking about accessibility of the site, right? You're gonna have all these incredible features like spray park and a dog park, and it looks like a very small parking area. And so one additional thought I had was if there was potentially like a nearby bus lines might be worth highlighting in order to kind of show that, additional accessibility beyond a car. And then there's obviously that giant parking lot across the street. So I also don't know if there's an opportunity there, but also there's obviously becomes a safe access issue when you have to cross a busy road. But that was just one wonder that jumped out in my mind was, gosh, this is going to be a wonderful facility that's going to be well used by the community. So how can we show how we're increasing access, maximizing access to the site?
So we have on-street parking along the whole frontage, but maybe adding more ADA stalls and maybe explaining more of the parking that's available.
Yeah, or even, and if there is, I think we've seen in a couple other presentations have been, I don't know if there's a transit line that runs by here just to show, accessibility for those without an automobile would be awesome. Is there not? You're laughing.
We're one of the few cities without transit.
Oh no.
Pretty brutal.
Well, maybe the state's transportation package can help you out here sooner or later. Okay, well, gosh, I'm sorry about that. But that's helpful. I couldn't tell, all that on-street parking is under your green boundary line there. So
yeah, I'll identify or make something noted on that.
Okay, thanks. And then we'll have to work on transit in Sumner. Thanks.
We're definitely trying.
Thanks, Katie. Other thoughts or comments on this one?
How was I on time, I guess, for a question from me?
You were under by a little over 2 minutes, so you do have some time to work with. Alex, go ahead.
I just had a quick follow-up to Kitty's comment when she was asking about parking as it was hard for us to see. And I'm just thinking that given the number of parking lots I can see in this photograph, this aerial, maybe a joint use agreement just in terms of weekends. I don't know what those businesses are. Do they have hours that in fact would give you flexibility on weekends or evenings with some kind of joint use agreement?
Okay. I will definitely look into that and reach out. The one directly south of the spray park is a church. Would a joint use agreement need to be through the grant, or if we have one, does it, is there like, so I know with LWCF, there's the federal side of it. That agreement, would they be trying to have that incorporated as well, or is that just something the city would have with them?
I think it would just be I mean, I don't know, we'd want to talk to our National Park Service program officer to kind of clarify. I guess if you were relying and dependent upon that to make this function, then it might be a little trickier. Okay. If it's just like, oh, here's other opportunities, but it's not necessary for the park to function. Okay. Then, I think it would be fine. It wouldn't need to. And
I guess I should explain more. So just the long street, Bonnie Avenue on the bottom portion of the park, that green line, there's a light gray and then a darker gray. They're pushing the sidewalk up away from the current curb and gutter. So we could do back and angle parking if it becomes the destination and parking does become an issue. I guess I could highlight that as a future phase thing, possibly.
Yeah, then you could fit, more cars in there.
Yeah.
But you could tell us now, about what the capacity is for, roughly for street side.
Okay. Okay. I'll look into that.
Good. Any other thoughts for Derek on this project? All right. Well, thanks for joining us. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you for the insight. I appreciate it.
All right. We'll see you in August.
All righty.
Hi, Kathleen.
Hello. Good morning.
You're presenting this next one for the Port of Allen?
Yes. And Mendy Harlow is also online. We'll do the intro. Good morning. I'm Kathleen and here today with Mendy Harlow.
Hold on a sec, Kathleen.
Okay, is she on?
Yep, there she is. But do you want to advance the slides, Kathleen?
Well, I'll just say I'm here today with Mendy to present the Sweetwater Creek Water Wheel Park. And yes, I'll be the advancing person. And I'm going to turn off the video on here so it doesn't show in the, do I have control now?
You should now. You just need to click on the screen once or twice to get it. There you go.
Let me see which one works. Yeah, that's okay. So yeah, while I'm presenting, I'll just turn off my video. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. All right, go right ahead.
Okay, so the project is located in Belfair, Western Washington, near the Hood Canal, and the service area covers parts of both Mason and Kitsap, as well as Pierce County. Oops, we're going. Oh boy, so try this one. Okay, here we go. The parcels here connect to other parks and nature areas depicted in the legend above. The parcel owned by the Port of Allen is the subject of this development request, while the acquisition of this new parcel allows the project to move forward. And that's that one. There we go. The nearly 1 acre parcel was acquired by a local project proponent and will be added to the port's existing 5 acres. Now, for public need, the RCO's data for this large census tract lists a population of 9,343, and factors include both a disabled population of 16% and body mass index of 23.25, both above the state's average. Oopsie, too many. Okay. Well, the Washington Department of Health reports the community of Belfair non-white population is 25.4% and 22.3% are Hispanic or Latina. The red map points show the closest ADA fishing docks to the proposed location. This project will be the only freshwater lake ADA access fishing in Mason and Kitsap counties. Mason County's disabled population ranks the 9th highest of Washington's 39 counties. Other health risk conditions reported by the Washington Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System show suicide ideation, depression, obesity, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and other health factors higher than the statewide averages. Public need community parks show the highest level, and an additional 9.6 acres are needed by 2027 for adequate level of service, while also the highest priority in the 2022 Mason County Parks Plan. Need satisfaction and diversity. Implementing the project's master plan with opportunities for fishing, walking trails with connections to other parks, providing playground, picnic shelters, restrooms, and interpretive center will satisfy public goals identified in the 2021 Park Survey, Mason counties. As shown in the needs section, this type of activity will help reduce both high BMA and mortality rates. This project consists of all 6 of the top demand and needs identified in the 2022 Mason County Parks Plan. Natural open space, urban trails, water access facilities, support amenities, as the site is within walking distance from local grocery stores, restaurants, library, and is a great venue for youth programs, picnic areas, and shade structures. The project includes all of these goals, while the closest like facility is Belfair State Park, which is often over capacity. The state's 2018-2022 Recreation Conservation Plan identified outdoor events as a highly desired element in parks. Playgrounds are preferred by families, according to Mason County's 2021 Parks Survey. And the park location is near the heart of Belfair, within walking distance of support amenities, while including free and accessible walking trails, fishing dock, and public transit, providing direct access from 3 counties. The parkland, originally purchased with an ALEA grant, remains substantially undeveloped, allowing for interaction with old growth trees, birds, wildlife, and provides a natural venue for play and outdoor education. Immediacy of threat and viability. The acquisition of the subject parcel is necessary to complete the project's vision. The covered picnic shelter and playground, as well as part of the ADA trail system, are planned for that site, as shown here. If the parcel is not acquired, it would substantially affect the plan. And acquiring this site to develop into a public park will prevent further degradation next to natural areas necessary for key park attributes, while preventing more intensive development. Project design. The project master plan provides the best use of space while protecting critical habitat, and the nature theme fits well with existing natural resources, while trail connections and ADA fishing access will improve experiences for people living with disabilities. The aerial shows the conceptual layout of park elements as they will exist. The restroom will be located next to parking and is much needed since the nearby facilities and parks lack any public restroom access. The site is connected to the other large trail systems of this Hood Canal area by an existing crosswalk and the creek's culvert. This building will serve as both restroom and trailhead with solar panels and interpretive maps, while improving access for people living with disabilities absent in the neighboring parks, as mentioned. An ADA loop trail will circle the pond and includes what would be the only accessible fishing dock in Mason County. The pathway will consist of 3 bridges over Sweetwater Creek example of potential bridge designs pictured on the left, while the photo on the right shows an existing bridge on the site in very poor condition. The examples above were favorites identified during a public imaging session and show preferred features of a nature-themed park playground. The final design will be an ADA accessible playground with wood chip surfaces and other elements children enjoy. The design includes the ADA fishing dock as mentioned, and any other fishing dock is not available within 15.6 to 45 miles, which is too far away. Sustainability. Ecological factors incorporated into the design include low maintenance native landscaping with pollinator habitat, solar power lighting, natural systems with fish habitat, and self-sustaining pond filled by creek flows. The project team has also been involved in discussions and meetings with all of the permitting agencies, and the response has been extremely favorable. Photos show nature's pollinators and use of energy-dependent solar panels on the restroom building. The plan layout lends itself to outdoor education and social interaction. While included in the design, its water wheel will be renovated using other non-grant funds. And just to be clear, it is not historical. It was built in the 1970s as a novelty. Park design promotes physical activity, creates social connections, community interaction, and education for all ages and abilities from birth to 90 plus. The project site is located on major bus routes from Bremerton to Shelton and points in between, make the project more sustainable in the short and the long term. Community support. Elements in this project are taken in large part from the Mason County adopted 2022 Master Parks Recreation Trails Plan. This was a culmination of over 3 years public meetings and the 2021 extensive public survey. Local support comes from multiple groups, agencies, property owners, government officials, teachers, parents, and many others. Since this application, all of these and others have been updated and received in the past month. Cost efficiencies. Partnership with the Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group through an MOU and its very large volunteer and donor network, who have secured and managed hundreds of successful grants over the years. Materials were evaluated for cost benefit analysis by licensed professionals. In-kind donations to date total over $328,813 and counting. These costs will be updated in our application once returned to us. We are requesting approximately $800,000 from Land Water and $500,000 from local parks in our re-estimated costs. The current list of in-kind labor includes both professional businesses and individuals. The in-kind donations include both grant matches and non-grant, such as those to do with the water wheel renovation and operation. We are expecting several more once the grant is realized. Thank you. And I'm going to turn this over to, oh, sorry, let me see here for a second. I'm going to turn this over to Mendy for questions that she can hopefully provide all your answers to. Are you
Great,
there?
thank you, Kathleen. Hi, Mendy.
Hi there.
Kevin, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. This may be a question just that I have, or a preference that I would have, but I would like it if, before you actually get into the criteria, I think it would be great if right up in the front of your presentation, you could make a statement of sort of what you hope will happen. I felt like I had to be into about maybe the needs meeting thing before I really knew what you were planning to do. You have a great statement in the description on PRISM that perfectly, if that statement would have been in the presentation, that would perfectly meet my needs. You know, you say grant funds will be used to acquire near 1 acre parcel, develop trails, et cetera, et cetera. So, so I would suggest that. And then could we look at slides 12 and 13?
Yeah.
And maybe it's because we went fast. I had a little trouble digesting this quickly. But when I look at, I go to 13, and it says the goal of providing picnic areas, that first statement was the highest priorities in this park survey. And if you go back, I was trying to align that, so picnic areas was like at the bottom versus the next day you said it was the highest. So I don't think it really probably will make too much difference in terms of scoring, but I just got confused and all that. And maybe there's a way of simplifying that or something. Thank you.
This was actually cut right from their plan. It was an image cut, and there were several below, but these were the highest priorities, 1 through 6. And so we felt
okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
okay,
maybe
that makes sense. I don't know if there's just a way of stating that sort of differently so that I was visioning that this was it, you know, so thank you.
So maybe what we should do is say one of the highest priorities of, whatever number of priorities.
Well,
that
would help, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. And that might be just an issue of reorganizing or redesigning your slide. You know, sometimes it's easier, instead of taking a snip from a plan that might take longer to kind of read and understand, just rewrite it right on the slide. Alex, go ahead.
A couple things to note. When I look through the development metrics, the more details right at the top in terms of talking about building the structures to supplement solar power, it looks like you've got a battery wall in there. So does this mean that there would be power available to the site even during power outages? Is that what that provides?
Yes.
Okay,
for the parking lot lights and the restroom facility.
That's fantastic. Great. Nice to know. And then I also noticed the adjacent school. I think it's an elementary. So I'm curious in terms of what kind of arrangements you're anticipating or programs, or, how being by a school or a school being adjacent to a park is part of your long-term planning for the school districts. I'm not seeing letters of support that might expand on my understanding.
Yeah, great. We do have a letter of support from the North Mason School District Superintendent. It just wasn't included in this presentation because we received it just recently.
Great.
So yes.
Also several teachers, right, Wendy?
Yep. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So we can elaborate on that in the next presentation.
Great, thank you. Other questions or comments? Is this the Peterson parcel here? This is the one that is being donated?
Yes.
Or a partial donation or something?
Yes.
Great. And do you have a letter of commitment or a donation statement already from the?
We don't yet, but I will get that for sure.
Okay. Kevin, you have something else?
Yeah, I was just, since you mentioned the parcel again, and is there, you mentioned how under sort of the criteria for that acquisition or the threats, this section here, how important it was to the park. Is there any, and if you said this, maybe and I missed it, I apologize. Is there any kind of like threat that whoever owns the parcel might do something else with it if we're unable to acquire it now?
Yes, he's been holding it since 2015 and has made it pretty clear that he wants to divest of it and move on to another opportunity. So he's definitely really interested in getting rid of it. It's a bit of a, issue for him to keep holding it for so long, paying insurance and taxes on it.
Okay, if I missed that when you said it earlier, I apologize. But if I didn't miss it, I think you should really say that, because I think that strengthens the scoring for this criteria.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, good point, Kevin. Especially if you have a deadline, you have an option that is good for one more year, or whatever that might be, or.
Great.
All right, other thoughts or questions? All right, well, thanks to you both for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for the feedback. We appreciate it.
All right, no problem.
That was great. Thank you.
All right, bye, you guys.
Bye.
All right, we made it to lunch a couple minutes early. Come on back at 12:45 or so. So we're ready to go at 12:50 with Spokane Valley. Hey, John.
Hey, Carl, how are you?
Doing well. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How's the week going?
Going well. We had, it was day 2 of Land and Water.
All right. Lots of projects.
Lots of projects. We had a couple days of trails before this, water access last week. So, yeah.
Well, cool. I miss
Oh,
being
wow.
over there with you guys.
I know. Yeah. You did that for a long time.
Yeah.
I see you're out in the valley now.
I am. Yep. Been here for a year and 4 months, just yesterday.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Pretty fun.
Well, all right. I think folks are getting back from lunch.
Where's your hold music, Carl? I was expecting some groovy hold music.
Yeah, I know. I might play that. Well, during one of the technical review periods. So yeah, usually at like break. So in local parks, you probably heard Marguerite playing the music, but
oh yeah,
for whatever reason, so we're streaming live on YouTube for for open public meetings for folks to pop in and out. And
for sure.
We got a nasty gram from YouTube. Like Marguerite didn't get in her room, but we did in my room. Like, warning, we're gonna revoke your.
Did you not pay your licensing fees to be able to?
No, all I could figure is like we're playing music and they think we're making money off it or so. I don't know. It's like this is not a commercial enterprise, but anyway, I was worried we'd get booted off YouTube, so I'm not playing the music anymore. Like we got our warning, so it's like okay.
Yeah, we don't want to lose our public meeting link. So
yeah, exactly.
I was wondering what was going on. Marguerite's room was jamming. It was great.
I know, and she's got some new tunes mixed in, some Kev Mo.
I know. It's pretty good.
On Tuesday, I was like, "That's." Hi, Sarah. Good to see you.
Hi, John. Good to see you, and Jen too. I've been here all week. I've just been with the camera turned off.
Gotcha.
That's good to see you guys.
Yeah. All right. Well, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good lunch, a nice break. John, I'm going to stop my video and then give you control.
Okay.
Click on the screen, see if you can take that now.
Okay.
Perfect.
Good. Went back. So the arrows are working. All right. Well, if you're ready, I'll go.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is John Patelli, and I am the Parks, Recreation, and Facilities Director for the City of Spokane Valley. I'm here today to present to you the Green Acres Park Phase 2 development project, which will construct much needed athletic fields in the Green Acres Park in the eastern part of our city. We come to you today from the east edge of the state, where we are just a few miles from the Idaho border in the Spokane, Coeur d'Alene metropolitan area. The city of Spokane Valley lies generally between the city of Spokane to the west and unincorporated Spokane County and the city of Liberty Lake to the east. And we're nestled between Antoine Peak to the north and Micah Peak to the south. Nearly 300 miles from Seattle, Interstate 90 bisects our city on its way toward the state line in Idaho. Incorporated in 2003, Spokane Valley is the 9th largest city in the state of Washington, with a current population of more than 105,000 people and spanning a little over 38 square miles. Green Acres Park is located between I-90 and the Spokane River in the Green Acres neighborhood, which is shown on the map with 1/2, 1 and 2 mile walking distances surrounding the park in green, yellow, and orange. Originally acquired with partial funding from RCO in 2007, Green Acres Park is approximately 8.5 acres in size, and when acquired, included an adjoining small farm residence that was still occupied at the time of acquisition by the city. A robust community involvement led to a master plan, which was completed in 2010, and phase 1 of the plan was constructed in 2012. Phase 1 park elements that currently exist at Green Acres include a farm-themed playground with shade sail, swing sets, climbing features, musical elements, a barn-themed restroom, a splash pad, a large 30 by 40 shelter, parking and walking paths with open turf areas, and some disc golf. The former Life Estate has since been vacated and is now also ready for park expansion. The proposed project for phase 2 would add a tennis court, pickleball courts, a basketball court, youth softball baseball field, expanded parking, and a public art sculpture. Question 1, public need. Please don't try to read all the little boxes on this map, but I want to give you an overview of the city's park system, which consists of active and passive recreational areas. We have 5 neighborhood parks, 3 community parks, 1 large urban park, 8 special use areas, and 2 trails or linear parks, as well as 2 natural open space areas. On this map, you can see the dashed line along the Spokane River, which is the Centennial Trail, and the east-west dashed line south of Sprague Avenue, which is the Appleway Trail. Also shown in light blue are school properties, and then the lighter green areas outside the city are generally operated by Spokane County, but serve our residents as well. The city recently completed 3 additional property acquisitions for future park purposes, and I've shown those on the map with yellow stars. There are 24 acres on the northern edge of the city, 46 acres on the Spokane River at Flora Road, another RCO project, as well as 17 acres on the bottom part of the map in the Ponderosa neighborhood at the south edge of our city. In total, we have approximately 345 acres of parkland. Circled in red is the subject property, Green Acres Park. In our Parks and Rec Master Plan, neighborhood parks, which are shown in dark green on this map, are defined as serving an approximately half-mile area. Community parks serve a 1 to 2 mile area, and Mirabou Park, our 54-acre large urban park, serves the whole city and really beyond. But taking a closer look at walkability around Green Acres Park and recognizing the physical barriers of Interstate 90 and the Spokane River, this map shows the true service area, with the 1/2 mile walking distance to the park shown in green and extending out to a 1 mile walk in yellow. The population in this walkable area in 2010 was 2,362 people. The 2020 census shows a new population of 3,591, an increase of approximately 34% over the last 10 years. There are no other parks in this service area. The 2 white bicycle icons on the map represent trail access points for the Centennial Trail. The 2 white school icons show the 2 school sites that are both in this service area and have some limited recreational opportunities. And then off the map on the right edge, there's a black volleyball, which is the Hub Sports Center. This is in the city of Liberty Lake, and this is an indoor and pay-to-play facility. There are no non-school athletic fields in the service area. As shown in the pictures on this slide, the 2 school fields that do exist are both unimproved open turf areas. Additional amenities at the 2 school locations include some playground equipment for elementary school age kids and a few basketball and tennis backstops. That's it. There is no full basketball court, no tennis courts, no pickleball courts, and no fully developed ball fields in the park service area. Additionally, these school facilities are only open to the general public after school hours. Green Acres is located in a rapidly developing area. This map shows aerial imagery within a 1/2 mile of the park back in 2012 at the time phase 1 was completed. Note that the Riverbend Elementary, which today is adjacent to the park on its northern boundary, had not yet been constructed, and several large vacant tracts of agricultural land remained vacant at that time as well. The city was very strategic in acquiring the Green Acres property in this location. Fast forward to 2020, and you can see the large elementary school complex now constructed on the northern edge of the park and several large apartment complexes on the western edge of the 1/2 mile area. As well, you can see long and short plats in the area that include 502 additional platted lots, which have now largely been built out since the park's inception. These photos showing active construction projects were taken just last week in the areas immediately west of the park. New single-family, duplex, and multifamily housing projects are going up every day in the walkable areas surrounding Green Acres Park, bringing new and diverse residents into the area who all need recreational amenities for their health, wellness, and community development. The proposed improvements to Green Acres Park align with several goals and policies in our Parks and Rec Master Plan, including making improvements in existing park facilities, serving people of all ages, providing athletic facilities for residents, ensuring balance between both passive and active elements in park facilities, and incorporating public art into public spaces. Additionally, proposed improvements to Green Acres are listed specifically in the Parks and Rec Master Plan, as well as in the Parks and Rec Capital Improvement Program. Question 2, need satisfaction. The Green Acres Park project will add the only public basketball sports court in the area, the only completed softball baseball field in the service area, the only tennis court in the service area, and 6 dedicated pickleball courts with overlays for an additional 7 courts, creating the opportunity for pickleball programming with up to 13 courts for special events. Constructing these much needed athletic facilities in the service area will expand recreational opportunities for people of different ages, abilities, and income levels in this rapidly growing part of our city. One of the other exciting things about the project will be the installation of a 5-foot 5-inch, 750-pound bronze sculpture of a grizzly bear called Huckleberry Days. The bear was recently selected by our city council to be installed in Green Acres Park. Our design team is working to incorporate the bear into the park, which will provide a fun element for kids and visitors. The sculptor, Jerry McKellar, wanted Huckleberry Days to go somewhere where kids could enjoy and play with it. The artist sold this sculpture to the Spokane Valley Arts Council, who donated the artwork to the city in 2020. According to the RCO's grant application data tool, Green Acres sits in a census tract that includes 3 of the 5 populations listed below. Median household income is well below the state average at $54,012. The disabled population is slightly above the statewide average, and the mortality rate is also above the statewide average. Persons of color in this area are fewer than the statewide average at only 10%, and the body mass index is slightly below, but closer to the statewide average at 22.85. Using the Esri Community Analyst tool, though, we can take a closer look at the community immediately surrounding the park, and we quickly see that within a half mile, there are an estimated 224 households with disability and 140 households below the poverty level. While the median household income is slightly higher than across the larger census tract, it is still below the state average at $60,297. Expanding a little farther out, the Community Analyst tool shows there are an additional 748 households with disability and 217 households below the poverty level between 1/2 and 1 mile from the park. Additionally, the number of persons speaking languages other than English continues to grow in this area. Many of these households and individuals will reside within that Green Acres Park walkable service area between I-90 and the Spokane River. Question 4, project design. A public process guided the development of a master plan for Green Acres Park, which was presented to City Council in a study session on June 2010. The city constructed phase 1 of the park master plan in 2012 with partial funding assistance from the state. This slide shows what was created in phase 1 and is outlined in red. Phase 2 elements identified in the master plan, which have not yet been constructed, include a tennis court, basketball court, baseball field, skate park or skate dot, and community garden. This next slide shows what we propose to build in phase 2. The project design, sorry, I got lost for a second. The project design would add a pickleball complex on the now vacant adjoining parcel, as well as a tennis court with pickleball overlays, a basketball court with pickleball overlays, skinned infield softball baseball field, additional accessible pathways connecting to the new athletic facilities, and 17 new parking spaces. An additional note on the original design, 9 disc golf course holes were installed in the park in phase 1. But 3 of those holes have since been removed due to incompatibility with other park uses. The phase 2 design would further impact 3 of the remaining holes, but the remaining 3 holes would be reconfigured to create a novice 3-hole introductory course, including a disc golf putting green. Through the public outreach process that we're currently engaged in, we're obtaining additional input from city residents about where to relocate and create a full 18-hole golf course in the city. The cost estimate for our project was developed by an experienced engineering and architecture team and was further informed by current bids that we received this year for another parks project in Spokane Valley. Additional cost escalation was built in at 15% per year to estimate costs for 2024 construction. The proposed design considers site conditions and spatial relationships on the property to maximize active recreation opportunities and preserve passive recreational activities in the park. The design also mitigates risk by modifying the disc golf layout to retain a disc golf opportunity that is better suited for this park. Question 5, sustainability. The project considers the rapidly growing area and takes advantage of several synergies to expand opportunities for physical activity, social and cultural connections, and diverse age groups. The park is readily accessible with public transit routes running through both sides of the service area and walkability from the adjoining school site and multifamily and senior housing complexes nearby. Finally, the addition of the 6-court pickleball complex and 7 additional court overlays will create the largest number of pickleball courts in one location in Spokane Valley and the opportunity for economic development as a new pickleball destination in the region. Question 7, community support. I apologize for the label. The original acquisition of Green Acres Park and the subsequent master plan development was a result of a vigorous public involvement from the Green Acres Neighborhood Association, as well as public outreach by the city. Over 140 participants attended 3 public meetings, and more than 100 surveys were returned to inform the original park design. As mentioned during public need, however, the population of this service area will have nearly doubled since the master plan was originally developed in 2010. For that reason, this summer, the city of Spokane Valley is currently embarked upon a new public outreach campaign that will validate, inform, or potentially update the master plan for the park. Very possibly, some of the design elements presented to you today may have changed by the time we return in August for final evaluation. We are busy soliciting letters of support for the project, and I look forward to sharing some of the public input that we receive over the coming months when I'm back in August. The final question, cost efficiencies. We've already have a written pledge in hand from the Spokane Indians Youth Baseball Organization for $5,000 cash donation to the project in support of the softball baseball field. The art sculpture, which is valued at $150,000, was donated to the city by the Spokane Valley Arts Council. Currently, the value of the sculpture has not been included in my project match, but I am working with our grants manager to evaluate that possibility and would be curious to hear from the committee about the sculpture as a park element. We do not have any kind of policy in the city that requires public art as a component of public projects. The Hoop Fest organization is seeking locations outside the city of Spokane to construct additional community basketball courts, and we are reaching out to them about supporting our project. And then finally, the Rave Foundation has a goal of constructing 26 soccer mini pitches by the year 2026 and has yet to locate a Rave mini pitch in the Spokane area. Depending on the results of our summer public outreach process, we could be reaching out to Rave as well. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great, thanks, John. Questions on this project? Oops. Sorry. Get that back. All right, anything from the committee, comments or questions?
All right.
Jason,
go ahead.
Hey, great project. I heard you talk quite a bit about the social factors. I'm just wondering if there's any of the ecological factors maybe that you're considering in the park design as you advance planning on this project.
Well, we will have a little bit more of a finalized design when I'm back in August. And as part of that effort, we'll be taking a look at ecological factors. There's nothing specifically yet that I can share with you, but we will be dealing with stormwater and drainage issues and such, and look forward to chatting about that more in August. Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, thanks. Other questions?
Okay. Oh, there's one, Jen Burbidge.
Well, yeah, I don't have a question, just a comment. I thought you really went through the criteria pretty thoroughly and answered very closely to what the questions were. So great job.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen.
Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to agree with what Jen just said. This was a very easy one to follow. Thank you. I just have one question. I think you answered. I just wanted to make sure on slide 28. Yeah, so there's blanks there. That's because you're doing in the final presentation, there'll be numbers where those underlines are, right?
That's exactly right. It's a little bit awkward. I didn't, there's only so much time, but we are right now engaged in updating the master plan, engaging with the community. So online public survey, we have some public meetings. And so by August, I'll have the results of that. This is trying to suggest that that's coming and underway. So yep, that's the.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit my fault because I actually looked at the slide a couple of days ago and I was confused. And then I thought you answered the question and you did, and now you've reconfirmed that. So thanks for tolerating my my question.
Not at all. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Alex, go ahead.
Thanks, John. Nice presentation. I just one quick suggestion, and that was to include transit in some of your early orientation maps. You specifically point out the Centennial Trail. So we get a sense of how things are connected and what people are drawn to, and how people get there might be helpful. So it was nice to hear that you could say a new transit line is nearby. It would help us to just see that and reinforce that.
Great suggestion. I'll be sure to do that. Thanks.
John, I had a question about the pickleball overlay, but I think I see it now on this. You'll just have striping over some of the other courts for if you have larger events.
That's right. That's
So
right.
some dedicated courts and then extra striping. Okay.
Yep. And we tried to, the orientation of those courts is really important. So north-south is preferred for racket sports. On the basketball in this rendering here, those additional 3 would be kind of east-west, which is not quite ideal. But yeah, 6 dedicated courts, 4 more right next door. That's 10 in the perfect orientation. And then, yeah, pickleball has just become such a thing. It's amazing. So we're excited to provide a place. There's really no place to go in Spokane Valley and have several games going on. We've got 1 court here, 4 courts planned somewhere else, you know, here and there, but it's amazing how popular that's become.
Yeah, it's making a comeback.
Right? Well, new state sport, official state sport.
That's right. Very exciting. Well, it's fun and pretty accessible to a lot of abilities. Good. Other thoughts or questions?
Any thoughts about the public art in the park? I know that's it's really exciting for us. I didn't include it as a significant portion of kind of match. It could increase our match, but it's I have been exploring that. It is a donation. It is identified for the park. And any thoughts from the committee about artwork in the as a park element?
Alex, go ahead, and then Jason.
I was actually curious. I made a note in my other comments just whether or not the city has a percent for art program, and it came to my mind because you mentioned the priority that public art has, or at least that's how I heard your verbal description of the amenities. So I thought that was a great thing to have, and hope that if it's not counted as match, you still would go ahead with it, that doesn't compromise your commitment.
Good. Well, thanks. I appreciate that comment.
Jason.
I love that component. I mean, I'm a huge fan of public art, and I think that in a park setting like this, it's an opportunity for park users to engage with it. And there's like a whole variety of ways users can engage in public art. I mean, no doubt this bear will be climbed and engaged in different ways. And so I think it's fantastic. I don't know from an administrative standpoint how that can be counted, but I mean, I very much see it as a structure that engages, the park users. And so
cool.
Thank you for including that.
But you bet. I'll talk to Allison more about the money side of it or not. But either way, it will be a part of the project. I will highlight it in the final design. Because at that point, we'll really know where we're going to put it and kind of how we're going to do it. So cool. I really, really appreciate your thoughts on that little element.
Great. Well, thanks, everybody. Thanks, John.
You bet. Carl, good to see you. Say hi to everybody.
Okay, will do.
Thank you, committee, for your time. We'll see you in August.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, let me get to the next page here. Moving back over to Western Washington, Snohomish County. And Carol, are you presenting this one?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll pass control over to you. There you are. All right. Click on the screen, see if you can take that now. Good.
Awesome. Does it go back and forth?
All right. Good. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, great. I have a couple other folks from Snohomish County on the call with us today too. If we have any questions for them at the end, be sure to highlight that. But I'll just go for it here. I am Carol Olfs, the Principal Park Planner with Snohomish County Parks, and I'm pleased to present our Kayak Point Waterfront Improvements Phase 2 project. Before getting into the scoring criteria, I'll give a brief overview of Kayak Point and the larger renovation of the day use area, which this project has been designed to fit within. The project objectives are to renovate existing waterfront park facilities, adapt the site for sea level rise, and ensure ongoing access to this popular shoreline park. The park is located on Port Susan in Puget Sound, and the whole park is 690 acres with 3,300 feet of shoreline. The day use area is located on the west side of Marine Drive. This map shows the developed recreation elements currently located in the park, and I've overlaid our project area on the boundary map from our previous LWCF contract. Here's the day use area, and there's Marine Drive, and the entry road comes down through here. More later. The upland areas of the park have a campground, yurts, and nature trails. And down at the day use area, we have picnic shelters, playgrounds, restrooms, fishing pier, beach, and boat launch. Phase 1 of the improvement project is focused on the in-water work with the boat launch and pier updates, as well as bringing in site fill for sea level rise adaptation. And phase 2, this project is focused on the upland recreational improvements after the in-water work is completed. Significant updates are needed for the park to continue to meet our local and regional community needs. So here's an aerial shot of the day use area in its current condition. The site operated as a private resort with cabins and a boat launch at the location until the 1950s, and it was slated for development until 1972, when Snohomish County acquired the land and with the help of RCO and LWCF funding, opened Kayak Point Regional Park as it functions today. The park is open year-round, and the main draw is this day use area with its unique mix of active recreation opportunities and public beach access. These maps show the water access and boat launch locations in our region, and you can see that there's a large gap in available water access locations, and with the closest sites within this 15-mile radius of the yellow circle being on Camano and Whidbey Islands, which are greater than 30 minutes away by car. So Kayak Point Park sees heavy use as one of the few access points available in the area. The Department of Ecology also maps available water access sites and shows that Snohomish County has a total of 27 sites, while Skagit has 49 and King and Pierce have 97 and 90 respectively. The primary reason for the shortage for Snohomish County is due to the active rail line which runs along the shoreline south of Everett. As a result of this limited inventory, parks like Kayak Point are especially important to maintain and keep available to the public. Kayak Point is heavily used and is the most visited park we have in our system. Annually, approximately 183,000 visitors come to the day use area alone, and in a typical year, park gates must close between 6 and 10 times due to park being at complete capacity. Constructed in the 70s, the park has aging facilities and infrastructure. These outdated systems result in environmental issues such as untreated stormwater dispersing straight to the sound, and there are ongoing accessibility issues with buckling paving. Some updates you can easily see, but many are under the surface, including new water pipes and a new septic system needed. Another major need at the site is to adapt for resiliency in the face of climate change and sea level rise. This image is from the morning after a big storm we had last November, where king tide corresponded with our atmospheric river that drenched the state. Every season, our maintenance team has to move beach logs back onto the beach and out of the recreation areas, restoring site damage and dealing with the needs of maintaining public recreation access in the face of natural processes. The Department of Ecology, in their review of this project as a whole for the day use area, stated that this is one of the first projects they've seen that's taking on site level approach to addressing sea level rise. The site also needs to function year round to meet educational priorities. It's a popular location for school field trips. And building conditions are all in need of updates to make them function better for the public, require less maintenance, and last another 50 years in the dynamic marine shoreline environment. Related to social equity and unmet needs, Kayak Point is right on the line between two census tracts. Both tracts have higher than average disabled populations, and the tract just to the south of the park has higher than average ethnic diversity, BMI, and mortality rates, and lower than average household incomes. This project is located to serve these identified local populations. Snohomish County also has over 800,000 residents and gained 114,000 residents between 2010 and 2020. As populations continue to grow, particularly in urban areas, residents will need to have places like Kayak Point Regional Park to provide the public access to beaches, boating, and play spaces. At the same time, population is diversifying. In 2010, Snohomish County ranked 10th in racial and ethnic diversity for the state, and in 2020, it ranked 5th. So a major renovation of the site will integrate culturally relevant park features to meet changing demographics. The need for renovations at Kayak Point has been specifically identified in our adopted comprehensive plans by both location and type. Moving on to need satisfaction. This project is essential to maintaining access to important inventory assets by providing a facility for waterfront recreation and public water access. Different from other parks that provide parking at the top of the bluff and require hiking down to the beach, or for visitors to navigate over or under active railroad, a renovated Kayak Point will be truly accessible, an area that people can roll out to picnic shelters and paths right on the waterfront. This site will serve the underserved populations identified in those census tracts by emphasizing safer, smoother routes and improved parking for populations with disabilities, especially mobility access issues. These maps show how a densifying Snohomish County population along transit and I-5 corridors are also the areas where tree canopy is most lacking. A regional park like Kayak Point provides access to residents in these rapidly urbanizing areas that don't have 10 acres of private waterfront access in their backyards, but with a short trip could reach this public recreation access point. Kayak Point is also an important place for our tribal partners. Stillaguamish and Tulalip tribes are very connected to the site and this project, and they count on Kayak Point for important access to shellfish harvesting, fishing, and ceremonial traditions. The park also supports activities that are underserved. By planning for sea level rise in a way that will protect the recreational asset for many more years to come and ensure that access to recreation along this shoreline is maintained for future generations. This picnic shelter image is from last fall's storm, and in the proposed design, this area will become a naturalized backshore berm, and these shelters will be relocated further back away from the active beach zone. The little inset map from NOAA's Sea Level Rise Viewer shows that there's significant impacts anticipated for the site within 4 feet of sea level rise, which is expected within 2100 potentially. And we are taking the position at Snohomish County Parks that if we're investing in these renovations at the site, we want to ensure that they will last for the long term. The project will help provide a range of recreation opportunities for a variety of interests, including picnic shelters, open play fields, the playground, waterfront walking paths, and natural habitat areas. Visitors also have access to forest trails, swimming, boating, camping. The project has fire pits and a performance area with food truck hookups, and the plan is to also have new utilities such as broadband internet and electric vehicle charging. To determine how this project will meet the needs identified earlier, I wanted to share results from our 2022 Park and Recreation Visioning Plan, which conducted public outreach to inform a needs analysis. Respondents preferred renovating existing facilities and emphasizing trails, conservation, and wildlife, water access, and leisure as their top priorities. Kayak Point Park checks all of these boxes and re-emphasized for us that this key project is meeting the needs of our region. The public interest results also align with the state recreation and conservation plan strategies for meeting the needs of underserved populations. The plan calls for locating and building recreation facilities in proximity to underserved population, Kayak Point meets those needs locally and regionally. The next strategy is to connect more people to popular activities, and these charts show how our public preference results indicate that walking along accessible trails, preserving and restoring natural areas, and providing leisure activities were top priorities. The plan also calls for experiences to provide experiences where people go most. And to that point, Kayak Point Park is already a very well used public facility. Next, we'll go over the project design. In here. Oh. I'll start with a quick overview of the site attributes. As you've seen, Kayak Point Day Use Area is currently developed park. It's about 10 acres in size. This day use area is. The access is from Marine Drive down a paved entry road. The soils consist of up to 16 inches of loam, and the beach is a dynamic, small gravel sand environment with active longshore drift cells moving from the south to the north. It's connected to public electricity and has on-site septic and groundwater well utilities. There are small wetlands at the base of the hillside along the northern half of the site, which are not being impacted by the project. The design for the south end of the site, zoom in on this here, includes updates to the southern picnic shelter and restroom, planting along the backshore berm and native shoreline species, and constructing a meandering 10-foot wide promenade path with designated beach access points and an accessible beach overlook. These paths wrap around an informal lawn area, 3 new picnic shelters near the relocated playground, and a new central gathering area with a grassy view mound provides views of the water and a performance space with hookups for food trucks and a speaker system. Plans also include renovating the concessions building at the end of the pier and the central restroom. Here is an aerial view of the south point of Kayak. You can see that southern shelter, the location of the future backshore berm, and in the distance, the central restroom. Those are staying in their current location. On the north end of the site, the scope of this grant includes relocating picnic shelters and continuing that same waterfront promenade path with access points through the planted berm. And here's a bird's eye view of that north end as it looks now and location of the future improvements. The biggest change besides restoration of the shoreline and the promenade is really reducing this vehicular paving along the shoreline by moving all of this parking back to the toe of the slope. Here are a couple conceptual sections of the site with the planted backshore berm. Sections. There. And pathways on top. So you can see the pathways and then the access points. And a huge focus of this project has been to bring the site up to accessibility standards and adding new amenities that are completely accessible as well. To zoom us back out for a moment, I want to mention that the land use in the surrounding area supports the type of development proposed with this project. With the history of the park and recreational development at this site for more than 100 years, the surrounding community has always known that this popular park is their neighbor. As you can see in this aerial photo, this region is focused on waterfronts, both marine and freshwater. It's known as the Seven Lakes region, and housing is rural, but the park has a regional draw and is buffered from neighbors with natural areas and plenty of parking options. There's also a full-time park ranger at Kayak Point to help with communication and safety at the site. The project has gone through rigorous permitting process. There we go. Which is currently underway, and many of the permits have already been acquired. We've received the Shoreline Water Quality 401 certification and our HPA permits from Ecology and WDFW. And we are coordinating with DNR and Army Corps of Engineers, although they confirmed that this LWCF Phase 2 grant is outside of the scope of those permits and can continue on at its own timeline. Construction permits for Phase 2 project are under review by our local agency, and we are getting ready to go out to bid in construction for the Phase 1 improvements, with Phase 2 construction to start immediately following. The project has also gone through all of the critical area and cultural resource studies and includes a variety of mitigation measures that have already been integrated into the construction scope, avoiding impacts to eelgrass and forage fish, The planting along the backshore berm to create a more natural shoreline buffer is hailed as an extensive habitat enhancement improvement. For cultural resources, no significant materials have been identified during our assessments, but the project will plan for archaeological monitoring during construction. Given all these considerations, the project is specifically designed to meet the needs of the local community and the region. Specifically tied to meeting the needs for pedestrian circulation, this construction drawing shows how the designed access routes include asphalt and gravel paths to get visitors down to the beach with accessible slopes. There are also benches and view decks to provide overlook opportunities, as well as sidewalks to connect back to the parking areas. The cost estimate for the project has been updated at each level of design by licensed engineers, architects, and landscape architects. The cost for the portion of the project we are applying for, we're applying for this grant for $4 million, but the scope of work for phase 2 implementation as a whole is expected to cost over $10 million, which includes inflation and contingency funding. We made sure to only include the base bid items in our grant application to ensure that the scope is outside of the jurisdiction of that core permit and that this project can proceed on its own timeline. Now on to sustainability. For ecological considerations, the project was really focused on this aspect of the design from the beginning. The highlights of the environmental benefits of the project include avoiding impacts to sensitive habitats, installing full stormwater treatment system to clean the parking lot runoff before discharge, designing for climate impacts, and including shoreline native planting restoration. For social sustainability, kayak community programs and events and activities such as this last quest activity I have some pictures of here. It's kind of a scavenger hunt through the park, very popular, well-attended social events that bring people together to support health, recreation, and the environment. Overall, the Kayak Point project will improve site safety, provides ADA improvements, and is designed for long-term use of the park. Research shows that park facilities contribute to local economies by bringing people to the area who might stop for groceries, visit restaurants, and participate in events. And for our Parks Division, implementing these updates with durable, long-lasting materials at an existing park with an existing ranger makes this a cost-effective project with O&M efficiencies coming from all of this replacement of aging infrastructure. The community input on the concepts and direction for the renovation were held in 2015 through 2017 and set the stage for the current construction project. After many years of permitting and design, we've been excited to re-present the project to our community, and local community groups and agency stakeholders have provided letters of support for the project, and a local newspaper published an article praising the renovation early this spring. Community and stakeholder coordination meetings over the past 6 years have been with the public, neighbors, tribes, permit agencies, and our programming teammates at WSU Extension, Beach Watchers Program, and Snohomish County Marine Resources Committee. Finally, we come to the final evaluation of cost efficiencies, and we currently do not have donations or private grants for this project, but the project does have many efficiencies built into the design and sequencing of the construction phases. Funding plans are currently focused on public agency grant funding through this application and local funds from Snohomish County. Overall, I did want to highlight here, though, that we have done cost benefit analysis for the project, and we do believe very strongly that even though renovating this waterfront site is not cheap, but when you consider 10 acres of day use area being completely refreshed, our community believes strongly that this is a high priority project and worthwhile cost to incur. And that concludes our presentation. Look forward to hearing your comments.
Great, thank you, Carol. Questions, comments from the committee? Jen, go ahead.
Okay, great project, great presentation. I was curious about the time.
On the presentation?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Carol, you were way over the time limit. I think maybe you thought you had the full 20 minutes for your presentation, but it's in Atlanta Water, it's 12 minutes and then 8 for the Q&A. So we're a little flexible in technical review. I know that happens. And sometimes when you're applying for multiple grants, you get confused about, but yeah, you'll have to trim this one back significantly and just hit the high points. So.
Okay. Yeah, it felt long, but I wasn't timing it. So
Yeah.
I was like, oh. Okay. And then if you go back to kind of in the towards the beginning, slides 8 through 10.
Should I do that? Okay, Carl.
Right, I can do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh.
That one there, slide 8.
Yeah, and can you go back one more? I felt like you skipped quickly through these, a couple of them, and there were a lot of pictures. So there was like a lot going on all at once and I couldn't track it. So you might just go back through and kind of with your timing of how you're talking, I would suggest just one photo or even 2 photos per slide and really tell us what's going on there. A good example of that is if you forward to 18, 19, and 20. Yeah, this was great. Like I could totally track it, although it might be too long. And then I do think the way that it's formatted with the categories along the bottom, kind of that banner, it took me a couple slides to figure out what was going on with that. So I think that might be a little bit distracting because you never want the panelists trying to figure the format out. So maybe just do your, number 1 at the top need, for example, like that. So thank you.
Thanks. Courtney, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Thanks for the presentation. It was a lot of information to get through, and I know that that's something you're going to have to deal with for the next round. But I have 2 questions. The first one is really like, what portion of the project is the Army Corps interested in for permitting?
They're interested in the boat launch, so it's in the phase 1 project. So this grant scope is completely outside of that, as coming in after that. And so, yeah, the elements that are in their scope are the boat launch and then bringing in the site fill from a barge. So.
Okay, so not the berm, but the site fill.
Correct.
Okay, cool. And then if possible, I'll just let you know that I was confused when you were going over the demographic information on slide 23. It wasn't clear to me. You spoke about 2 census tracts, but I think that the impression that I was left with was the demographic information presented in the bar chart was for the census tract to the south. And if I may be misunderstanding, so that's just something that you should be aware of. But if it's only the information from the south, I'd be interested in seeing how the information from the northern census tract compares. And they may be, different, and that community to the south has different demographics, but it would be useful to see that. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, and then Kitty.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I had the exact same question Courtney raised. It almost seemed like you, and I don't want to be negative, but it almost seemed like, were you trying to cherry pick the numbers from the track that made the project look most attractive or something? So I would suggest either combining those or at least listing both of those. It just looked real odd having the circle around on the map, or the purple, I think it was, not include the project area. Thanks.
Thanks, Kitty, and then Jason.
Great, thanks. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Wonderful. Yeah, so a couple things. One, I really appreciated the pictures. I think Jen makes good recommendations in terms of maybe how to streamline them, but really helpful to see the current conditions, and especially the, that warrant these changes. So that was really helpful to see. And then I also really appreciated, maybe it's from the sustainability criteria, but really planning and taking into account climate impacts and sea level rise with this particular project. Really exciting to see the shift of where you are putting the parking, and then how to also incorporate and accommodate all the, or anticipate as much as you can the impacts that site will see. So that was really, great to see, and I think forward thinking. I don't think we've heard that from many other projects. We haven't seen too many waterfront ones, but really important, particularly on this site. And I think a few other things that I had in mind, I was wanting to hear more about the tribal engagement and interest in this particular project. And then you brought it up just kind of moments later. So that was helpful to see that you've got great support from local tribes. I saw in your letters of support that the Stillaguamish are supportive of this project. And I'd be also curious about the Tulalip, which are just directly south here. But that'd be helpful to understand tribal support. And then it also left me wondering, maybe it's in the sustainability section, if there are plans for interpretive signage or engagement or kind of more of that community education. You mentioned the ranger several times, but it seems like there's great opportunity here to think about how to teach people about the marine environment and, a little bit of a nod to maybe how you're doing that, and even thinking about how it may be incorporating education about our tribal history and cultural kind of heritage. That could be an opportunity as well, and potentially unique given relative to other projects that we've seen. So, and that's it. And then, my final thought is, I know you mentioned a wonderful array of groups that are supporting it. I saw in the community letters that were loaded in Prism so far, they were limited to the agencies. So perhaps by the time summer comes around, it'd be great to get more diversity from community groups and nonprofits, and maybe even, again, like the Tulalip tribes would be wonderful to see too. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kitty. Jason, go ahead.
Hey there, nice job navigating a bunch of material in a short period of time. I know you got a lot to cover, and I won't echo any of the comments that I heard before, but I agree with a lot of the committee members on what they had to say in their feedback. Just one question I had, and you brought it up about the import of fill, and you said it's coming by barge. So is that dredge material that's being imported to the site? And I'm big on understanding permitting, and it sounds like a 40 or Army Corps permit is not going to be required here. So it would just be helpful to understand that a little bit. And you don't have to go through it in detail right now or anything, but just when you come back to us in August, I'd be curious to hear more about that and how that's being approached, because that would be helpful to understand through the broader context. But plus that also, if you're able to beneficially reuse material from offsite, I mean, that's a sustainability element as well you can consider talking about. But yeah, thanks a lot for going through all this material with us.
Great, thanks, Jason, and thanks, Carol. Appreciate it. See you again in August for evaluation.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. All right, moving to Linwood. And I see some folks here, but I'm not sure who's going to take the lead on presenting this one.
Hi, Carl. Nice to see you again.
Hey, Sarah, welcome. Good to see you.
I think Ashley's going to advance slides.
Ashley, advance slides. Okay. Hi, Ashley.
Hi.
My video. All right, there you go. Click on the screen and you should be able to take that. There we go.
Got it.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Sarah Olson, Deputy Director of the City of Linwood's Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Department, here with our Senior Park Planner, Monica Thompson, and Grant Consultant, Ashley Knapp. Our project will renovate the at-surface Scriber Lake Park Loop Trail to provide easy access to an immersive nature experience. The City of Linwood is 10 miles north of Seattle in South Snohomish County on Interstate 5. Scriber Lake Park is a cool green oasis adjacent to State Route 524 and within the South Linwood neighborhood adjacent to our city center. This project will renovate the failing trail and viewpoints circled in red. The trail in green and Overwater Dock are not part of this project. A separate project will renovate the Scriber Creek Trail shown in blue. Need. Scriber Lake Park is a 25-acre park of unique habitat for a host of wildlife, a hotspot for birding and wildlife viewing, and a rare opportunity for urban fishing. The park's central feature is Scriber Lake, a fen bog lake with peat soils that Scriber Creek drains to. It also has a north lagoon, interpretive signage, public art, restrooms, and parking. People come to feel immersed in nature, but are often greeted with this. soft surface trails which were built in 1982 and have been slowly sinking into the peat soils ever since. The trails are made of timber framing lined with filter fabric and wood chips. The trail is in poor condition despite frequent maintenance. The mulch floats away, which requires constant replacement and adds fill to the lake. The trail meanders through the floodplain and is frequently flooded, causing damage and closures, especially November to April and in the summer. The 3 viewpoints in the park require routine maintenance. Despite our best efforts, one has sunk beyond salvage and has been closed since 2019. Even when it's not flooded, several areas do not meet ADA standards. Despite these conditions, the park is popular. According to our park usage study of cell phone data, our visitation is significant given our city population of 38,000. You'll notice a spike in 2020 due to the pandemic. The heat map on the right from fitness tracking app Strava shows the trails highlighted in the same color as our sidewalks, meaning a lot of people use the trails for exercise. Over 4,000 people live within a 10-minute walk of this park. 17% of residents are seniors, 23% are Hispanic, 71% of households are low income, and 63% of households are renters without backyards. Scriber Lake Park is the only loop trail with water views in the service area and all of Linwood. Scriber Creek Park is only 4 acres and lacks a loop trail, viewpoints, and water access for fishing, as well as support amenities like restrooms and parking. Sprague's Pond Park only has a playground and a path. And with active amenities and an open lawn, Wilcox Park serves an entirely different purpose than Scriber Lake. By renovating the trail, we expect usage to drastically increase, especially with the opening of the Link Light Rail Station and beginning of rapid bus service in 2024, which is projected to serve 18,000 daily riders by 2035. Our population growth is approximately 2,000 with new residents annually, but is projected to also increase rapidly. The park is connected to the station via a 1-mile Scriber Creek Trail shown in orange, which we are transforming into a pedestrian and bicycle corridor. The neighborhood school to the north is the highest need school in the Edmond School District. Of the 450 plus students, 82% are non-white, 40% are English language learners, and 79% are eligible for free or reduced lunch. This project meets numerous goals and community plans, including the Scriber Lake Park Master Plan and the city's comprehensive plan. Equity maps in the 2022 Park Plan update show that the South Linwood neighborhood is our most underserved community and so prioritizes projects here. A top recommendation in the 2018 Scriber Creek Corridor Flood Management Plan is to increase the lake's flood storage by raising the trail, which this project will do. Finally, the project addresses the community identified vision that, quote, residents of all ages have safe places to play, quote, in the 2021 South Linwood Neighborhood Plan. Need satisfaction and diversity of recreation. Our project goal is to provide safe, consistently available, open year-round, and universally accessible access to Scriber Lake Park's unique habitat to allow people of all ages and abilities to immerse themselves in nearby nature, providing a much-needed respite from the surrounding urbanized environment. There is no other spot like this in all of Linwood. This walking loop trail around the lake will ensure that everyone, regardless of age and ability, can enjoy it. This trail is the only way to get to the overwater dock. The park hosts a diversity of recreational uses, including walking, hiking, dog walking, trail running, environmental education, urban fishing, as well as birding and nature viewing. The park is a habitat for a variety of waterfowl, bass, trout, perch, osprey, river otters, and beavers. Viewpoints and creek crossings are spaced every 200 to 350 feet, and each viewpoint offers a different perspective of the diverse bog plant habitat. Our project area meets 4 out of 5 metrics for underserved populations, with the median household income $20,000 below the state's average. Persons of color population almost double that of the states, and disabled population above the states, which is why improving ADA access throughout this is a key project goal. Residents of the nearby 296 unit senior housing complex have a variety of mobility challenges. BMI rates are above the states and the mortality rate is below the states. We're meeting the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan recommendation to include recreation when planning for growth, given the anticipated growth due to light rail. Improve equity of parks by connecting people to popular activities, since walking and nature activities have the highest participation rate statewide, and providing experiences where people go the most, since the park sees a lot of use. Project design. Our project goal is to create a universally accessible half-mile loop trail around the lake by replacing all wood chip trail sections with a new pin pile elevated boardwalk with fiberglass mesh decking. This project will increase the usability of and access to the floating dock and viewpoints. Will make the trail ADA accessible, increase the lake's storage capacity, and decrease regular maintenance needs. The path on the north side of the lake and the two viewpoints outlined in yellow will be replaced with an elevated boardwalk. We will also connect the cross slope of the southern asphalt trail section shown in gray to meet ADA standards. Historically, the lake was larger and hosted a resort, but construction of 196th Street Southwest in the 1930s and the expansion in the 1960s displaced deep peat layers and forced a massive peninsula with trees still rooted to move sideways, thus reducing the size of the lake and creating the peat-laden North Lagoon. The proposed trail route makes use of the site by using most of the existing footprint, which is on the stable peninsula and connecting with the existing trail. The pin pile boardwalk infrastructure is necessary to decrease maintenance and create a long-lasting trail over soft soils. The open grate decking will minimize wetland impacts by allowing natural light and rainwater through to the waters below. Elevating the viewpoint will ensure it will be open year-round and not subject to flooding. We will remove the viewpoint on the North Lagoon and instead add interpretive signage with seating to minimize tree removal. By regrading and repaving the existing route from the parking lot to the restrooms and adding 2 ADA parking spots, we are bringing the entrance up to ADA standards. This project will fix 43 ADA barriers identified in the 2018 ADA Facility Assessment Report. At 8 feet wide, the boardwalk width will exceed required standards. Cost estimates are based on 30% design. Our design team includes a licensed structural engineer, civil engineer, professional landscape architect, and certified arborist. The budget includes a 30% contingency and is based on recent bids in the area and Washington State Department of Transportation unit prices. Sustainability. Scriber Lake Park is one of 50 smagam peat bog systems in the state, which make it a high priority for restoration. Trail removal is restoration. We will remove the at-surface trail infrastructure, which includes pressure-treated lumber, filter fabric, and at least 12 inches of wood chips. This will remove hydrologic blockages, improve water quality due to reduced treated wood, and provide 250 cubic yards of additional storage capacity. This is significant because Scriber Creek and Scriber Lake are critical to the city's stormwater drainage system. New interpretive signage will cover the park's history or ecology. This is also an important environmental justice project, as several multifamily housing complexes immediately downstream and adjacent to the park have been damaged by flooding during significant rain events. Project modeling for the Scriber Creek flood reduction study found that raising the trail, which this project does, will best increase storage capacity to reduce such urban flooding. This project increases the trail's longevity. The steel pilings are projected to last 50 years and the deck surface will last 25 to 40 years. By adding 250 cubic yards of storage capacity, it also creates efficiency in providing public services. Community support. This project has strong community support because the frequent flooding is a well-known issue as documented by the media and on social media. The city first initiated public outreach in 2005 with the Scriber Lake Park Master Plan, which included 3 public meetings and a lake restoration workshop. More recently, the Scriber Creek Flood Reduction Study that names this project was supported by a community advisory committee that listed increasing flood storage as a top priority. The park plan, which names implementing the Scriber Lake Park Master Plan, engaged the community at a dozen community open houses and stakeholder meetings in 2013. We conducted 3 additional surveys in 2021 for the plan's update, including 1 each at the Recreation and Senior Center, a needs survey with online and in-person intercepts at the food bank and COVID vaccine clinics, and a user survey at each park. We had 708 responses in total. For the 2021 South Linwood Neighborhood Plan, a co-design committee of 21 community members crafted the vision that residents of all ages have safe places to play, which this project helps realize. The co-design committee was a deliberate effort to shift the unequal power dynamic and instead position city staff as active listeners. Members were a mix of residents, business owners, parents, and representatives of faith organizations and service providers. The committee met 9 times and served as ambassadors to the broader community. Their survey had 210 respondents who were unified in their support for improving local parks. In 2020, residents partnered with the Linwood Parks and Recreation Foundation to create the Friends of Scriber Lake Park, a volunteer and advocacy group that hosts restoration events to implement the Habitat Management Plan, which was created with Earth Corps to fundraise for the Boardwalk Trail. Both the Friends group and the foundation enthusiastically support this project. And we've received 3 letters of support so far and have several more on the way. Cost efficiencies. The Linwood Parks and Recreation Foundation is providing $30,000 in matching funds, some of which have been raised by the Friends of Scriber Lake Park. Thank you. And I forgot to wear my readers, so apologies for some of those flubs.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Sarah. All right, questions and comments from the committee?
That slide is out of date.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry.
Yes. It'll be corrected for final.
Okay. Jen, go ahead.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Great presentation. I thought that the use of photos and just the simplicity of it was super easy to follow along with the criteria. So great job on that. Curious how the time came in, Carl?
Just a little over a minute long.
Okay.
We'll button it up.
So that's not too bad. Yeah. Oh, that was all. I thought it was a great presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Alex, go ahead, and then Kevin.
Hey, thanks. Nice presentation. I just wanted to acknowledge first that I like the attention you gave to both the environmental sustainability issues and tying it to social justice, the whole point about the flooding. I think a lot of applicants have had a little bit more trouble addressing the gains that will be made in terms of the environment and also the public benefits. So that was really nice to see. A comment on the slide that you have right before budget. I noticed that you had lines that actually showed the connection. It looked like a physical connection between Scriber Lake and Wilcox. I think it's Wilcox Park. And that since you're talking about the increasing density and the access that people would be having, it made me wonder if there's more you could say about that in your application. This one, yeah, made me think, oh, look, there's at least eventually, especially since you referenced light rail coming, it seemed like there was a lot of connectivity envisioned in time. I know that it looks like you cross 196, both on the east end of the park as well as the like possibly even on the west end. I'm not sure about that. It's a busy street. But that connectivity seemed an opportunity to say more. Certainly, this kind of thing has come up in other applications, so that caught my eye.
Sure. We mentioned that we have another project, but maybe we'll try to highlight it a little bit more clearly. But most of this green arrow is Scriber Creek Trail, and we have a phase 3 project that we hope to be under construction at the same time as this boardwalk trail, and it will also be a structured boardwalk trail connection there as well. So we'll try to do a better job of highlighting that.
Okay, and that'd be great. I looked at that connection. I thought, oh, I could be parking at Wilcox Park and actually cross over to and have a different park experience. So it seemed like a lot of opportunity there. I made a note in terms of thinking about clarification for match. I think you list WWRP on the breakdown, but at the bottom in what we see in PRISM, it says that no other match request is required. So it may just basically be clarifying what you've entered there. And I took note of the development of a friends group and hope that you'll get a letter of support from them. They just seem like a really vital resource for that park, and very timely as you're bringing new energy to it with this. And you mentioned public art somewhere in your comments, and I was looking for it and maybe I missed it. That's something to brag about.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Alex. Kevin, go ahead, and then Kitty.
Yeah, thanks. So first of all, both my comments, questions may have to do with my own limitations. So take them with a grain of salt. Could we look at slide 13? Yeah, so somehow when I was looking at this slide, I just had trouble picking out the other parks, and I don't know why, because now I see them there. But I don't know if maybe it's just like making it's like real obvious when I look at it now, but I was just struggling somehow when you were talking to see the parks, and maybe it's because a couple of them were underneath the yellow shading or something. But anyway, now go to slide 14. And at this point, it all made sense to me. It was like, so, oh, now I see all the parks. So I don't know if you're looking to save time or something, I might just use this one. So that's just one thing. I struggled a little bit there. Then slide 32, and well, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you know, like I don't really understand hydrology, which is what I think you were talking about, but I didn't really understand what storage capacity, what that was about. So is it that something like when there's flooding, there's more places for water to go that isn't over the trail or something like that? And so forgive my ignorance on that, but I could use a little more clarity there.
Okay. Well, we have plans to improve our slides. We'll add park outlines, and we'll try to address your curiosity about ours.
I just to quickly do it. Is that what it is? Is it like for water
yeah,
to go?
excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes, the trail is okay. Sorry, Scriber Lake Park is part of a creek and floodplain basin, and so it does collect runoff and during rain events, and fluctuates the level of the lake. And so when it does that, it covers up the trail, so it floods the trail, so it's impassable. But also when we remove the trail and put it on pilings, it actually adds 250 cubic yards of capacity for water to be stored in the lake during those events.
Okay, thank you. One of the great things about having our role in this process is I learned something almost from every presentation. So thank you for educating me.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Kitty, go ahead, and then Nikki.
Great, thank you. Just one thing that I think is an opportunity from a need standpoint, and I think you touch on this, but is clearly the growth that's coming to Linwood as part of the expansion of the light rail system. And I think you kind of briefly touch on it, but I think that there's an opportunity potentially to kind of emphasize it a bit more, as this seems to be kind of an oasis within the community, and a really important asset to just invest in, right? To kind of ahead of this growth that's coming. So there's an opportunity probably to emphasize that. And then also I think in some of the maps, there's, this is kind of a really, I guess, two things. One is the opportunity, the unique aspect that this is sort of sandwiched between I-5 and 99, right? It kind of two busy corridors. And again, kind of that that brings up this kind of oasis concept, but also I'd love to see, and I think I just saw it on one map, there's probably an opportunity to highlight the connectivity. You had it between the park and the transit center, but I think I also saw on one map the interurban runs through here, and maybe there's a way to kind of play up and show those connections, just to, again, kind of put this potential investment kind of in context with pressure that's coming, but also this opportunity to kind of improve and maximize connectivity. So those are just some thoughts.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nikki. Go ahead.
Yeah, one suggestion I have for you is when you have multiple slides about a particular criterion, to keep the name of that question on those slides, because I found that I missed when you transitioned between the introduction and question 1. And I could tell by the things you were talking about that you must have been answering question 1, but there was nothing to cue me in on what I'd missed. And then as I was paying attention to that going forward, I noticed that on all the questions, it was like that. So if I happen to be typing something or have a stray thought and miss that first slide, I could not know which question you're answering.
We can do that.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Nikki. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for
Okay.
joining us, you guys.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
All right, we'll do. All right, we made it to our break and we're a little behind schedule. My apologies. So what is it, 2:05? Let's still take our full 15 minutes just so we can refresh, and we will come back at 2:20 for Puyallup. Hey, Sarah, looks like you're presenting this next one.
Yes, I am.
Great, nice to see you. Okay, I'm gonna pass over the control to you so you can advance slides. All right, click on the screen and see if you can take that.
Okay, yep, I got it.
Okay, great.
Are you guys having trouble hearing?
It's a little quieter, so I'm just turning my volume up a bit.
All right. Are you ready for me to get started?
Yeah, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Harris, Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Puyallup. The City of Puyallup is requesting $1,408,000 in grant funding for the development of a small neighborhood park in the Southeast Valley area of the city. I will be referring to the project as the LaBelle Neighborhood Park. Puyallup is a city in eastern Pierce County, about 10 miles southeast of Tacoma and 35 miles south of Seattle. The LaBelle property is ideally located in the 1200 block of 12th Avenue Southeast and consists of 5 parcels totaling 20.12 acres. The city is in the process of acquiring all 5 parcels with funding from a Pierce County Conservation Futures Grant. For this project, the neighborhood park and habitat restoration will occur primarily on the parcel located in the northwest corner of the property. So this parcel right here. The grant project site is a former blueberry farm and is currently almost 100% covered by blackberries and other invasive vegetation. The property is primarily flat land and there are no structures on the site. The City of Puyallup Parks and Recreation Department service area is formed by the city limits that holds a population of 42,361. The project location is at the 1200 block of 12th Avenue Southeast. Criteria 1, need. Ideally, City of Puyallup residents should live within 3/4 of a mile of a neighborhood park. This area is currently not served by a neighborhood park. The nearest park, which is Pioneer Park, is over a mile away and would require walking across heavily trafficked streets. Wildwood Park, which is shown as a half a mile away, is not accessible to the site by a direct route and therefore does not service this neighborhood. Criteria 2, need satisfaction and diversity of recreation. The need for a neighborhood park in the Southeast Valley area of the city was identified in the recently adopted 2020 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. In 2021, the city applied for and was awarded a Pierce County Conservation Futures Funding Grant and will be awarded $818,000 to purchase this former blueberry farm. By acquiring this property, it has allowed the city to preserve 20.12 acres of agricultural land for use as a neighborhood park and wetland and habitat restoration area, providing additional open space and park access. The acquisition area is shown in red, and the scope of this grant is phase 1 development of the neighborhood park in this northwest corner. For the purpose of this grant proposal, we'll focus on phase 1 development, which includes the development of a neighborhood park and some phase 1 wetland restoration. The development area for phase 1 is outlined in yellow. And this neighborhood, which features single family and multifamily homes, is not currently served by a neighborhood park. The development of a neighborhood park on this property will provide diverse recreation opportunities to include accessible playground, picnic shelter, open play field, walking trails, wildlife viewing areas, and diverse volunteer activities for all ages and abilities. According to the current service area census tract, the median household income for this area is $13,000 lower than the Washington state average. In addition, the disabled population is 5% greater than the state average. The body mass index is also slightly higher than the state average. and the state average for mortality rate is 600,000, while this area has a mortality rate of 1,080.4 per 1,000 people. Additional recreation opportunities are needed in this area to help address these numbers. Project design. This proposed project allows the city to preserve former agricultural land from a recently proposed multifamily housing project. The design will incorporate both active and passive recreation opportunities and will allow restoration of the site to its native state in areas not developed for the neighborhood park. The design will include a neighborhood park and wetland restoration on a portion of the property adjacent to the neighborhood park. There will be an inclusive playground with features for 2 to 12-year-olds and a swing area. The playground will have accessible, poured-in-place, resilient surfacing. Play elements will allow users with disabilities equitable access and encourage social interaction between able-bodied users and users with disabilities. Phase 1 development also includes a restroom, which will be equipped with small benches for use as diaper changing stations or to allow for caregivers to change adult size or older children with learning and cognitive disabilities. In addition, there will be a picnic shelter and other park amenities such as picnic tables, benches, and a parking lot. There will be an open play field where park users can recreate and walking paths around the park. Phase 1 development will also include a pollinator buffer and wetland restoration of the area just south of the park. The proposed development is outside of the wetlands on the property. All walkways and pedestrian access points will be accessible and will be sloped well below a 5% gradient for accessibility. Signage will include a braille component, and trails and walkway surfaces will be designed with physical cues for sight impaired users. When this property became available for the city to acquire, staff began developing overall goals for the property. The location of the property met the need for a neighborhood park in the Southeast Valley area of the city. The area that is developable for a neighborhood park matches the area of the site that is unencumbered by critical areas, and thus the proposed neighborhood park will be constructed with minimal impact to the wetland buffer. The overall design prioritizes removal of invasive vegetation and expanding pollinator habitat. The design will also focus on restoration of degraded wetlands and buffers. The cost estimate for phase 1 development is $2,816,000. The city worked with a consultant to provide estimated costs for the projects. The consultant has years of experience designing and managing park projects throughout the state of Washington, which includes developing cost metrics for numerous successful RCO grant projects. Their experience in designing similar projects was utilized to provide cost estimates for this project. The consultant also included an escalation factor into our calculations to ensure that the funding was adequate to cover future construction costs. In order to meet this budget, the city is applying for this Land and Water Conservation Futures Grant in the amount of $1,408,000 and a WWRP Local Parks Grant of $500,000. The remaining funding would come from the city's parks capital budget. Parks maintenance for this project will be a shared venture. The neighborhood park will be maintained by the City of Puyallup Parks maintenance staff, and the remainder of the property will become part of our Green Puyallup partnership with Pierce Conservation District. We will work with Pierce Conservation District volunteer work parties and site stewards to restore the degraded wetlands and buffers to their native state, remove invasive species, and develop higher quality habitat. Sustainability. This project demonstrates environmental integrity as it prevents loss of floodplain, wetlands, and buffers to development. It restores function of ecological systems, groundwater recharge, native plant communities, and high-quality habitat. In addition, it will restore degraded fish and wildlife habitat, control spread of invasive plant species, and improve air quality by reducing pavement vehicle traffic, and emissions from any future development of the property. Social integrity will be gained by providing a park and open space that has walkable and cyclable access to recreation opportunities for an underserved neighborhood. It will reduce the travel distance that local users need to access recreation opportunities. The accessible design promotes equitable access and social interaction, and lastly, improves health and well-being through outdoor play and recreation. This project reflects its economic integrity by utilizing recycled and recyclable materials, promotes natural stormwater filtration, and promotes the health of pollinators. By acquiring and developing this property for a park and open space, the city is preserving a floodplain property and will prevent the development and negative environmental impacts of a potential 52-unit housing development, which was proposed on this property in 2018. Community support. There is significant community support for this project. The project was initially identified as a need during our 2020 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan update, which included significant public outreach such as planning charrettes, community surveys, and multiple open houses. In addition, we have received letters of support from the Spinning Elementary PTA, which is the elementary school that is served by this area, Friends of the Riverwalk, Daffodil Valley Volt Sport Association, All Things Fun Sports, and the Foothills Rails to Trails Coalition. This project was supported by the Puyallup Parks and Recreation Board, and the Puyallup City Council approved a resolution authorizing staff to seek RCO grant funding for this project. Cost efficiencies. The city is utilizing a Pierce County Conservation Futures grant of $818,000 for acquisition of the property. The property was appraised at $2.8 million in 2018 and is being sold to the city as a bargain sale. In addition, the city will have a shared maintenance of this property with the Pierce Conservation District as part of our Green Puyallup partnership. The city expects to have $10,000 in donations to support this project as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or take feedback.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Questions for Puyallup or comments? Alex, go ahead.
Sarah, thank you. Appreciate your presentation. I had a question about when I was looking at the site plan and what you showed us on the screen. Is the site not all that you're purchasing, not the entire area that's being developed? Does it have a road bisecting it? It looks to me like there's some maybe it's a historic farm road or something.
There is a driveway access that goes through the property that accesses that provides access to a farmhouse and a barn that is behind the property, so that there is an easement through the property there.
Okay, so that road access to that farm will continue. So it will continue to bisect the park in some kind of, when you cross, I can see a future trail. That trail will cross that ongoing road use.
Right. It is very minimal traffic, but yes, that would remain there.
Right. I wasn't sure, just looking at it, perhaps it was going to be removed and restored. I understand that it will continue, so that's fine. And then I was also thinking, as you were talking, I hadn't appreciated in what I had seen earlier, the historic blueberry farm. And being that you're talking about preserving historic agricultural land, is there thinking, is there already any priority given to celebrating that history? I mean, so often I think we have few opportunities to be connected with the past, and wondering what you're already thinking about that, or if it hasn't really come up yet.
No, we have had discussions about that, and that was one of the ideas that we have, discussed, is having blueberry, kind of restoring some of the blueberry plants that were on the site and allow people to come in and pick in various areas. So that is part of the plan.
Oh, that's fantastic. That would be a great thing to celebrate now, to actually put in your presentation.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Alex. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, thanks a lot, Sarah. I just had a question about volunteer resources and how much of the planned work and ongoing maintenance is related to volunteers, and also if you've included any of that in your local match, because it wasn't totally clear to me.
We actually, the plan is that the Parks and Parks Department would maintain the actual neighborhood park and the trails and that type of upkeep. But we have an agreement with Pierce Conservation District where the city has several open space properties that we've come up with a plan with them that they use WCC work crews as well as site stewards to maintain those open space properties. And that's what we're anticipating here. Currently, our budget for working with them is about $60,000 a year, and it comes from our parks capital budget, or our parks budget, as well as our stormwater budget. And so we would probably have to increase that, but there would be a huge volunteer component to that. So we could try to put a dollar amount to that.
Okay, yeah, and just to follow up, just I commend the wetland restoration efforts out here, and we all know how voracious blackberry can be, and so it's going to be quite the battle to keep it from re-encroaching over time, especially if you're phasing that restoration work. So I was just curious about how that was going to work, but thanks for elaborating on that. Appreciate it.
Great, thanks, Jason. Other comments or questions on this project? Kevin, go ahead.
Can we look at slide 14, please?
Yeah. Hi, Sarah. I was just thinking that this, what's in this slide sort of goes a little more with the criteria 6 and or 7 instead of the design. Maybe that makes sense. And then I thought maybe you sort of reiterated that there, which there's no problem with that. So it was just a reaction that I would score this positively that you had these partnerships, but I would score it with the later criteria. So thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Alex, do you have something else?
One more question, Sarah. I think I heard you say walkable, cyclable, and I think you were talking about access to the park. So I was just curious if you, in your final presentation, could address that more in terms of it providing more convenient access to people who don't necessarily drive there. So that would be one thing that I heard and started asking more about in my own head.
Okay, yeah, we could definitely clarify that in the final presentation.
Great, thank you. All right, Kevin, did you have something else, or maybe your hand's just still up?
Oh, well, my hand was still up. Sorry about that. But I just wanted to say positively, I really like the graphics, like on slides 8 through 12. They are among the best in terms of at least how I view the world in terms of let me see what's going on. So kudos to you guys for that.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, well, thanks, Sarah.
Okay, thank you.
See you again in August.
All right, thanks, everyone.
All right. Okay, moving to King County. Looks like Scott's here. Hey, Scott.
Hey.
Nice to see you. Stop my video. I'm going to pass over control. You're going to, I assume, be advancing slides.
That's me.
All right, great. Go ahead and click on the screen. See if you can activate that.
And
looks like you should be able to use your arrow keys on your keyboard once you do advance forward and back.
There we go.
It's usually the easiest.
Okay.
Great. Well, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Tanya and Sarah, are you with me?
I am.
Yes, we are.
Great. Okay. So hello, everyone. I'm Scott Thomas, Community Partnerships and Grants Program Manager with King County Parks. With me here today is Tanya Kruger and Sarah Wallenweber. They're board members of Friends of Rock Creek Horse Park, which is the community group that's the inspiration for this project. We're here today to present the Rock Creek Horse Park, a 17-acre facility that will significantly increase public access for equestrian use in South King County, which will fill a very large service level gap.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya, and I'm a member of the equestrian community that approached King County Park several years ago, actually, with the idea of helping us build a horse park to serve South King and North Pierce counties. There's a large and vibrant local equestrian community in our proposed service area, and yet the riders in this area don't have good access to arenas. The proposed Rock Creek Horse Park will fill a gaping hole for this type of facility, providing recreational opportunities for youth, adults, as well as our disabled community. And let me just say, as an introduction, we are so passionate about this project. We're passionate because of the diversity of recreation and the access that this project offers. We're passionate for the kids who, like I was when I was their age, desperately want to participate in a sport or be part of a group or a team, but haven't quite found what they need in the traditional sports like soccer or swimming or volleyball, for example. We're passionate for the older adult who loves the outdoors and being active, but maybe whose knees say a loud no to activities like hiking and biking. And we're passionate for all the people who keep their horses where there are no arenas that they can practice in, or who want to compete, but they need an affordable alternative to private arenas and rated shows. We actually asked people in our community what it would mean to them to have a park like this. And in a sampling of the responses, one person wrote, having a dedicated horse park in the Danville, Georgetown area would be a dream come true. With fewer and fewer dedicated equine facilities, this would definitely draw many from all over the area. And another person wrote, a dedicated horse park would mean an affordable and reliable space to enjoy my horses. So on the next slide, you can see that our project.
I'm having a hard time getting it to move. Not sure. There we go.
So just to orient you where the project is, it's in southeast King County, just east of the city of Maple Valley. And our next slide shows our service area. And back one slide.
Oops.
Back one slide. There we go. This is our service area, and you'll notice that it includes some of the more densely populated areas in the county that you may not typically think of as having large equestrian populations. However, members of these communities do keep their horses or participate in youth and lesson programs in the more rural areas, and they will use a facility like our proposed project. And on this slide, you can see that the horse park's just located minutes from Maple Valley, has excellent highway access with 169 and 18, which provide, of course, access to I-5 and 167. And finally, the property is an undeveloped wooded open space presently owned by King County. And Sarah is going to take over now, and she's going to talk about addressing the questions. Question number one, public need.
Hi, I'm Sarah Wallenweber. I've been an active member in King County equestrian community for 38 years, and I'm super excited to be talking about public need. As you can see here, in current King County comprehensive plan, updated most recently in July 2020, King County recognized the contributions of equestrian training, competition, and recreation activities to the overall quality of life in King County, and determined that the county should support and sustain equestrian activities. There are approximately 24,000 horses in King County. Equestrian activities are a significant part of the rural economy and contribute to the overall rural quality of life. Currently, there are no other public arenas in South King County or North Pierce County. A public facility is needed to provide a safe and cost-effective location that would serve local youth focused groups, adult riding clubs, and individual riders. Each of these groups would benefit by having a local location to host training clinics, equestrian game days, Dutch oven cooking and packing clinics, and to practice riding and condition their horses in the arenas, round pens, and cart paths we're proposing. Family-centered user groups, including 4-H, United States Pony Club, and the high school equestrian teams known as WASET, need a local public facility for practice, meetings, and competitions. An example would be WASET District 3, hosted by the Enumclaw School District, which is located about 15 minutes south of the proposed facility. Participating riders in that are not only from Enumclaw High School, but draw from Kent, Auburn, Covington, Maple Valley, Hobart, and Renton. All are adjacent to the facility location. There is a public need for accessible facilities with features designed for adaptive and senior riders to support a diverse group of users. Many arenas in the region were not attentive to access standards when they were built. As a new facility, Rock Creek Horse Park will be fully accessible. Disabled access will include a cart trail, access to the arenas, and accessible parking and restrooms. The need for a facility for training and competitions is outlined in King County's comprehensive plan and has goals specifically targeted to the equestrian community. Listed priorities in the plan include featuring facilities to be used on a drop-in basis for training and also for scheduled events and competitions. King County's comprehensive plan has that did not go over. As you can see from this slide, we have several public arenas in the area. However, none in South King County facilitate outdoor arenas, covered arenas, round pens, conditioning or cart tracks, or cross-country and trail obstacles. We also, with no public arena in South King County, there is also a gap in service for facilities that can serve multiple needs beyond the equestrian community. We anticipate events such as dog agility shows to be held in the arenas. And in the next slide, you can see the black horse markers in this graphic show locations of existing public arenas on Vashon Island, Redmond, Kirkland, Woodinville, and Fall City. As you can see, there are no public facilities currently in South King County, and the planned horse park will be housed in the horse marked as green to the right of the Maple Valley Black Diamond sign. In order to use any of the 5 public equestrian facilities noted in the slide above in North King County, riders must haul their horses via truck or truck and trailer on major interstates. The estimated round trip drive time to each of the parks listed above is estimated from the Rock Creek Horse Park site, ranging anywhere from 2 to 4 hours round trip, which demonstrates a significant gap in service. We've listed in the comments specific parks and their drive times, and we can visit those at a later time. And finally, the current parking in the area of the Rock Creek Horse Park is undeveloped and can be challenging, as well as dangerous. The facilities that we have designed are specifically for horse trailer parking. Tanya, go ahead and take need satisfaction and diversity of recreation. Thank you.
So in response to question number 2, this project will serve local ridership groups and individuals that Sarah just discussed. We estimate that the park will have approximately 11,000 users per year. The project will fill a services gap as we don't have any arenas in the South King County or North Pierce County area, and it will address some current parking conditions. Next slide. As mentioned previously, the King County Comprehensive Plan recognized the contributions of equestrian-related activities to the overall quality of life in the county. To ensure continued presence of equines in King County, a study was done and the county identified 4 factors needed to support and maintain an equestrian community. Our proposed horse park meets 3 of those 4 factors, including facilities for training, quality show and competition venues, and an active calendar of competition and events. The project will provide a much needed public equestrian facility for use by youth groups such as 4-H, United States Pony Club, and the Washington High School equestrian team. As a brand new arena, Rock Creek Horse Park will be fully accessible. In particular, the horse park includes a conditioning and cart track. Cart driving is well suited for disabled participants and will provide a unique resource for them. There's nothing else like it in any of the other horse parks. King County's comprehensive plan has very specific goals targeted to the equestrian community. This park will provide a new public facility that can be used on a drop-in basis for practice, as well as for scheduled events and competitions. So this green circle shows the service level gaps that will be filled by the horse park. So our horse park is the green one. And moving on, the site has been thoughtfully designed by equestrians for equestrians. It's a modern horse park that'll provide a more comprehensive facility than any other in the region. In one location, we're going to be providing an outdoor arena, an indoor arena, a round pen, and we can talk about what a round pen means if anyone doesn't know, and a cart and conditioning track. And the project will also include a parking lot designed specifically for horse trailers, primarily so that we have room for them and people can drive straight in and not have to back up, because it's hard to back up a horse trailer. So moving on to addressing question number 4, project design. So the project, again, was designed by equestrians to meet the needs of the equestrian community. There's a round pen, and a round pen is used to work young and fractious horses in a contained area. With 2 arenas, we can hold shows. For a show, you need a warm-up area and then one for the show ring. It will have access paths that provide connectivity to all the site elements, and the pathways are crushed rock suitable for disabled access. There's a cart track in particular, which provides access for disabled participants and other user groups. Like Sarah mentioned earlier, we would envision dog agility using the different arenas as well. The site location is absolutely ideal. It's very easy access to the highways. The property is moderately sloping. It has alderwood soils, which means little potential for erosion. There is moderate root rot infestation in marginal wildlife habitat. So this is not a beautiful forest that everyone wants to preserve. And there are at present no known threatened or endangered species and no known cultural resources. So Sarah's going to take over now for the rest of the project design.
The preliminary site plan on this slide shows the project next to the current site location. Here you can see how the horse park lays out on the property. The Summit Mid-Trail Middle School is on the lower left of the screen. The Summit Landsberg Road and Equestrian Park entrance is in the lower right. The arena facilities line up along the western border alongside the school. An existing multi-use trail is being relocated around the perimeter of the park to maintain access. And the cart and conditioning path can be seen around the blue border of the property. As we look closer, you can see the plans for both the covered and outdoor arenas, the accessible path going from the parking lot to the arenas, the seating plans for spectators, and the drainage facility. A closer look here shows design for easy entrance to the parking area for both trailers and cars, as well as access paths to the round pen, the arenas, and the cart paths. Accessibility is thoughtfully integrated into the design and amenities that include both parking, restroom accessibility, and pathways to the event facilities. And finally, the Rock Creek Horse Park will include a parking lot designed specifically for horse trailers and sized to accommodate daily drop-in use and scheduled events. Pictured here are equestrian parks from Taylor Mountain Forest and the Washington State Horse Park. You can see from the Washington State Horse Park design, we are going to design our project like this to have easy access for entry, pull-through spots for the trailers for ease of parking and exit, and it eliminates any need for backing up large rigs such as trucks and trailers.
Oops. Should we keep going? How much time do we have left?
You are a little over the limit, but go ahead and just, move through quickly to finish up.
Okay, so sustainability. Friends of Rock Creek Horse Park is a organization that Sarah and I are both members of, and we will be partnering with the county to not only design and build, but to really maintain the park. We've got broad representation from a lot of different user groups on the board, and we will be doing all the trail maintenance and the arena maintenance. We'll be scheduling shows and funding for a lot of the maintenance will come from when there's a show, we can rent out the facility for the show. There'll be user fees. When there is not a show in process, of course, the park is available for free use by anyone. Next slide, please.
Want me to go back a couple? I think I overshot one.
Did you? Okay, sure.
Okay. Trying to get these timing right is challenging.
Yeah. Lots of opportunities for sustainability, recreational opportunities, physical well-being and mental well-being, well documented for people who are used to working with horses. Leadership opportunities, if you're familiar with 4-H clubs, pony clubs, they just do an amazing job with giving the kids, the participants, leadership opportunities, helping bring the younger folks up in the organization. Horse ownership, that addresses King County's stated desire to have equines remain in the county and have a healthy equestrian community. And then horses, it takes a village to maintain horses, and it tends to become a lifestyle. And so lots and lots of family members are involved, and community members are involved. So definitely a place for family and community in the equestrian community. And I think that's all we had for today. We have not addressed the other questions yet.
Okay. Thank you. Questions for this project from the committee? Jen, go ahead.
Hello. So I think it sounds like it's still a work in progress, the presentation, but just from my standpoint, the introduction was awesome and it had lots of information, but I thought that it was repetitive to the need for the project. So that could help you cut back on some time.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, thanks, Jen. Alex, go ahead, and then Jason.
Yeah, this was, I'm not a horseback rider, so this was informative. I've got a lot to learn. And one of my first questions that came up is I read the material on the PRISM, and the more details about the site really relates to us seeing the word composting. And I think it's about composting toilets, which is about humans. But of course, it made me think about, well, what do you do with all that horse poop? Do you actually have to have compost bins for horse poop? Is that one of the things that goes into making a place like this? This is just for my own education.
Yeah. So certainly manure can be composted on this site. Generally, people who are going in for day uses, they will haul away their own manure. So and if for shows, we would have probably a service come in and haul away the manure, and the show fees, of course, would cover all those kinds of costs.
Huh, so kind of a pack it out philosophy.
Pack it in, pack it out. Yep.
Huh, how interesting. Another question I had in looking at the details was a reference under costs, and granted, you probably didn't get into that today with us, but I noticed that cultural resources was provided as $1, listed as $1. And I just thought that was really curious, and it might be worth explaining, or at least relieving any concern we'd have that it was an oversight. Also, maybe that's related to the agency's indirect cost of $1. Not really sure where it is.
So King County has, well, actually the Parks Division, we have an in-house archaeologist. And so she does that work for us unless we have to do a special study. Early indications here, there's no special study. And as a practice, just because of how complex it is, we're not keeping track of our force account, the labor that King County employees put into this project. So we wanted to show that we're covering that, but there's really no expense to the project.
Right, and who does know what the value is? Okay, a couple other thoughts in your presentation was encouraging you to get letters of support. I was interested to just see the range of other users that would be interested in using this site. For example, the dog agility enthusiasts. I think there was a reference to some kind of horse therapy groups. I imagine that there's a number of interests that besides your friends group that would be advocates and provide good letters. So don't leave them out.
Thank you.
And I was curious, does your friends group have programs or partners that provide exposure to non-equestrian, non-horse owners so they get exposed to the experience of riding? I mean, without having to come to therapy first. I'm just thinking about like all the other recreation programs like that expose people to golfing and tennis and things that you don't necessarily always grow up doing, but getting that experience might make friends and enthusiasts. And do you have that kind of thing?
So Friends of Rock Creek does not today. Right now, we are really focused on working with the county on this particular project, but we really lean on some of our organizations that are represented. So example, 4-H and Pony Club have lots of outreach, and many of the pony clubs are associated with, and 4-H as well, are associated with trainers who have lesson horses. So lesson horses are wonderful ways for people to start taking lessons without having to purchase a horse and make that big commitment. So those kinds of outreach are happening all the time.
That's great. That may be helpful too in your application somehow to just expand your sense of network that are supporters of this. I think my last then comments relate to the slides. Very early, it was one of your very first slides. There was, I was under needs and access. There was a slide where you had text over a photograph of a freeway, I think. And I couldn't read the statement you were trying to give us. I think that if you were to put a background or something on that text, behind the text, I'd be able to follow what you were reading or describing. It was an image over a freeway, I think, when you're talking about access. So that I couldn't read that text.
Okay.
And I guess
we can definitely clean that up. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, that'd be an easy thing to fix. Yeah, I think you make a good point too. That I came away with is just how much of a regional facility this will be. While you talk about the Danville, Georgetown area, it really is serving a substantial regional. It will be a regional facility, and so I think that's something. Yeah. So thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Jason, go ahead.
Sure. Thanks. Super interesting because I don't know much about this topic either, and it's fun to learn. Just one quick question about the costs. And I noticed in Prism that you are is it that you're planning to apply for a local parks grant in 2024, or is that included in the match breakdown somewhere and I missed it? Just if you could help clarify that, that would be helpful to me.
Yeah, we are applying right now for WWRP, so they would be matching funds and the county's kicking in. And also when we're doing the final presentation, we'll be able to show how much the Friends of group is contributing to the project. We'll also, right now we're at 30% design, but we're going to advance that towards 60% design and have a much more refined cost estimate in the next month.
Great. Thanks, Jason. All right. Any final thoughts on this project? All right. I don't see any other hands. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Nice to see you.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much.
See you in about a month or so.
All righty. See you in August.
Right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Moving to Seattle, Rainier Beach. Who is here? I wasn't sure who was here from Seattle for this one.
Myself, Moshe Hecht.
All right. Hey, Moshe.
Hey.
Thanks for joining us.
You can actually see me a little bit. I have a wonderful background there. I didn't expect that. And so good afternoon. My name is Moshe Hecht.
Here, let me pass you remote control. Then you can advance your slides. So go ahead and click on the.
What do I click on here?
You should be able to use your keyboard forward and back arrows. Yep.
Yep, that works.
Great, and go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Moshe Hecht, and I'm the Senior Funds and Contracts Coordinator with Seattle Parks and Recreation. And I'm here with Pam Clement, our planning specialist and the project planner for this project. So the site is located in King County, Washington, in the Rainier Beach community. There we go. Which is southeast Seattle. So it's east of I-5 and south of I-90. All right, the skate park is sited in Rainier Beach Playfield, which is surrounded by Arts High School for at-risk youth, Rainier Beach Community Center and Pool, which is a regional draw, South Shore K-8, Dunlap Elementary School, and Rainier Beach High School is just across the street. The Rainier Beach Playfield has a community center, parking lot, comfort station, tennis courts, ball fields, and play area, all of which will complement the new skate park. The skateboard area is immediately adjacent to the community center parking lot, restroom, and play area. Oop, hang on, jump too fast. Does this have a number? Oh, it does have a number on the side. There we go. So our need. SPR has developed 8 skate parks. All but one are in other parts of the city, like West Seattle and Seattle's North End. Jefferson Park has the only true, or is the only true skate park in Southeast Seattle, which is 4.1 miles away. Other similar amenities within an approximate 2-mile service area from the site include Benefit Playground, which has a handful of small skateboard amenities, but it also has very poor public access. There are also 5 picnic shelters 1.2 miles away, and those are the yellow dots that you can see there. Oops. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to the slide. There we go. Nope.
Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay, so you might have to just click and wait a second or two for it to.
That's what, yeah. Okay, no, I did have the right one. Sorry, I can't get it to stick. There we go. Okay.
I could advance the slides for you if that would be easier. Do you want me to do that?
We'll give, yeah, sure. I'll let you know. That sounds great. Thank you.
All right, just say next when you're ready.
Right. So the new and improved park resources for growing communities. So the lack of Seattle Parks and Recreation facilities and skate parks in particular in this area are compounded by new development and population growth. The census tracts surrounding the project site have seen 11.7% population growth in recent years, with numerous additional housing developments currently underway. Population growth in this area will continue to increase the need for new and improved park resources. Rainier Beach Skate Park will serve adjacent census tracts and constituents across Southeast Seattle, as it will be the only skate park in the vicinity for several miles. Next slide. Rainier Beach Playfield is among the recommended sites in Seattle's citywide skate park master plan. Next slide. And now we move on to need satisfaction and diversity of recreation. Community partners have been teaming up to lead this process. Changing Habits and Motivating Personal Self-Esteem, or CHAMPS, teamed up with Parents for Skate Parks, Skate Like a Girl, and Seattle Parks Foundation, to name a few, to bring this project to life. CHAMPS founder Danielle Jackson thought there's got to be somewhere our kids can go skate. This project will create new park amenities to the site, which is in a dense and growing urban center deficient in park resources. Will primarily serve and prioritize underrepresented communities, improve ADA access, and provide a safe community space for families and friends to gather and socialize. Next slide, please. We see from the graph that the project site serves a census tract that has a significantly lower median household income and a much higher percentage of residents of color. Residents with disabilities, body mass index, and mortality rate are comparable to the state average. Not shown on this slide Southeast Seattle is the most demographically diverse region of Seattle and the country, according to Seattle Times. 200% poverty rate, the 200% poverty rate between 2010 and 2014 was nearly double that of the city at 44%. Next slide, please. Rainier Beach Skate Park presents an innovative community-driven design that is centrally located within a vibrant community complex. Again, it is surrounded by schools, a regional community center and pool, play area, garden, tennis courts, and sports field. The project site is flat with adjacent access to parking area and connected to a multi-use pathway. Next slide, please. The plan makes efficient use of the site. It is spatially and aesthetically complements the multi-use nature of the other amenities like the playfields and playground. Next slide, please. This innovative community-driven design includes in a clockwise fashion, a gathering area, tool and repair station, interior skate park, lit shelter, second gathering area, bioretention, pathway, perimeter lighting, and access from Cloverdale Street. Next slide. The site is easily accessible by bus and light rail, something identified as being important for young skaters, with stops a 1-minute walk to the playfield. Rainier Beach Station is a light rail station in Seattle between the Tukwila International Boulevard and Athol stations on Line 1, also very close to the site. Next slide, please. As a part of the plan, we will add native plantings, including new drought-tolerant trees for heat mitigation, add green stormwater infrastructure to manage increased rain events, and prioritize the use of regional and recycled content materials as much as possible in the construction of the project. Next slide, please. We are committed to the long-term maintenance of Rainier Beach Skate Park in the form of resources, equipment, staff, and budgetary allocation within our biannual general fund budget. That will provide upkeep throughout the project lifespan. An additional long-term cost efficiency of this project involves a close alignment with SPR's volunteer program. This project has been community-led and staff-supported. The community raised funds to hire a professional landscape architect and, using their neighborhood contacts, has played a key and lead role in public outreach. As a result, we anticipate ongoing volunteer support of this project and the park as a whole. Next slide, please. Much of the outreach has been led by the stakeholders themselves, with our support and through underrepresented local media, open house invitations, and digital media. Our planners have been working with community organizations and volunteers in the ongoing planning process. We have documented responses from online surveys and open virtual house community meetings. The design process has been flexible and responsive to public ideas and priorities. Next slide, please. Just Google Rainier Beach Skate Park and you will find many sites, including social media, very excited about this project. Sites like rbskatepark.org, champsseattle.org, Parents for Skate Park, and social media pages on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, not managed by SPR, not managed by us. Next slide. We are utilizing a creative community-led approach to outreach, which includes local, non-traditional newspapers to reach a broader community, such as Real Change and the South Seattle Emerald. Next slide, please. Thanks to our community partners seen here, our public input process has been enormously successful in soliciting feedback from diverse people. Next slide, please. We have hosted 2 public open virtual houses to date on January 19th and April 20th. We have a third scheduled for July 20th. We have an online survey with over 165 responses to date and a second blast going out to 200 more people and organizations. Next slide, please. Additional grassroots outreach efforts include outreach in local events like the Boo Bash Halloween event with roughly 200 people visiting our project booth, focus group conversations with groups like Skate Like a Girl, and yard signs and door-to-door outreach paid for by community partners. Next slide, please. The next two slides illustrate the community feedback findings to help us identify the needs of the community. They include things like skate features, gathering spaces, pathways. Art. Next slide. And then you can go on to the next one. Project goals developed at our first public meeting include develop a community-led concept design of a skate park with community gathering spaces, incorporate the latest multi-use public all-wheeled park design standards, provide equitable access for all ages and abilities, and integrate the design into the surrounding community, environment, existing park features, and the neighborhood. Next slide, please. This project is leveraging multiple public grant sources to provide cost efficiencies. Seattle Parks and Recreation is committed to providing $917,000 in allocated funds. We have received 2 different King County neighborhood matching grants in the amounts of $33,000 and $50,000. We also have 1 pending matching state grant through RCO, the WWRP, in the amount of $500,000, and many hours of neighborhood community organizations leading and paying for outreach for this project. SPR is committed to this project, which we believe will be shovel ready in 2023. We welcome any combination of generous RCO support. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Seattle on the skate park project? Courtney, go ahead.
Sure. So I think it was slide 6. It was the picture that showed the other amenities and the gap that this, I think the goal is to show the gap that this fills. I'm not familiar with Seattle's geography. And so I'm really curious, that diagonal line that kind of like cuts through. So it's just west of the skate park, the proposed site, and then east of the existing skate park. Is that difficult? Is that difficult to cross as a pedestrian?
So I think I understand your question. You're a little bit hard to hear. I actually have a better slide that I will include in the final presentation, but the big diagonal line is I-5. And so that really isn't part of the service area. And then the other diagonal line, the one that's a little bit fainter. So there's a couple of big roads.
That one, that's the one I'm asking about, yeah.
Yeah, so that's Martin Luther King Way. So there's 2 big roads, and then the light rail goes right along, I think it goes right along that road right there. And then just to the right of the red star is Rainier Avenue. So it's right in between two big roads, and it's, sorry, go on.
Oh, I would just say that, like, in the information or in the presentation, like the oral remarks that you make, I would be clear that that's difficult to cross, that fainter diagonal line. I think it helps your case. The other thing that would be useful, if you have it, is if you have any information about how the existing skate park, like the number of users. I think if there's already, it's being used a lot by the surrounding community, that might help build your case that it makes sense to have another park to the east.
Yeah, I think we have some anecdotal information we can include.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Nikki, go ahead, and then Kevin.
It seemed to me like you breezed through the project design question pretty quickly. And that question is worth 10 points, while the next question, sustainability, is worth 5 points, but you spent about 3 times as much time on it as you did on the design. So I felt like I wanted to spend more time on design and have you point to the things you were talking about and help us better understand what was what, so that you could get those 10 points.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you.
Good catch. Thanks, Nikki. Kevin.
Yeah, this is a simple point. Could you hit slide 16, Carl?
Sure.
It may be just me, but to me, the information in this slide really is more appropriate for the criteria 7 on the cost efficiency. So.
Good. Anything else, Kevin?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, Alex,
you.
go ahead, and then Jason.
Well, this is an exciting project. I mean, all the enthusiasm you're getting from the community is pretty exciting. I think you mentioned access to the skate park from Cloverdale Street, which is north. And I didn't see that on the illustrations that I was looking at. So it seems that that might be something you add. You made good reference to access by both bus and light rail. I have an idea of where those are, but you specifically named Cloverdale Street. So I was looking for that on the site plan itself. I see where the park lines up and where there are the parking lots and driveways, but I wasn't quite sure where and how you get to Cloverdale Street from that.
Okay, yeah.
That would be one thing. And I know the comment was made about going over the site design and spending a little more time on that. I am not a boarder. I'm a bicyclist and I'm a walker. And I was curious in this kind of setting, do you need more bike racks? Do people ride a bike? Or, I mean, think about the regional aspect and how many schools are nearby and the community centers there, and just the level of commitment that you've got from the community, I think is so high that I would expect a high degree of use. And it made me think, well, how many more bikes are you going to get there who are not even coming to ride a bike on the facility, but might be riding their bike with their board on their back? So I was waiting to hear you say something about something even like a bike rack as being one thing that would be far in excess of most other park facilities. So came to my mind.
Pam, yeah, I don't know. Pam, do you know, have you heard anything about that in the planning process? Do you know?
Yes, we have talked about bikes and bike access, but we don't have anything specifically. We do have the little bicycle repair kit there. So we will have a bike rack. It makes sense to have, if we have the repair kit, it does make sense to have a bike rack.
Good, thanks.
Thanks, Jason. Go ahead.
Hey, great project. I worked on a skate park project back in Boston like 10 years ago. And so I know the emotional investment involved being on the public end of it all. So I hear it. So the community involvement part of this is huge and pivot and super important. So definitely continue to play that up. It's really critical. But a couple of questions. One having to do with sustainability. And just because I worked on a large skate park project with 30,000 square feet of new concrete surface, what are the plans for managing runoff for all that new impervious surface? You did talk about bioretention and on-site infiltration, but I'd just be curious to know if you're able to infiltrate and manage on-site the runoff created by this new impervious surface, since there's so much concrete in this area.
Yeah.
Heat island effect, all that kind of stuff that goes with it. It'd be good to know and maybe play up in your presentation. And the last thing that was a little confusing to me was I think it was your second to last slide that broke out your funding sources. And I had a little confusion looking at that versus what I see and saw in Prism, and had maybe have one comment on that as well. Yeah, so leveraging multiple public and private grants. For me, I see project percent there and adding up to 100%, and then I see a total of 1.5 million. I would just recommend including the request here as well to show that gap, so it's just more clear, because I know, because I'm looking at this, but it might be helpful just to show how important this funding is when we go and review the project. But it just caught me because I've had that critique made on me. So
yeah, no, that's good. It's a good point. I actually thought about that particular point about 45 minutes ago and kind of scrambled and looked at all my numbers and I went, well, okay, we'll just roll with it.
No problem. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good catch. Yeah, this is actually your match percent.
Yeah, it is just the match portion.
Just the match side. Yeah. All right. Any final thoughts for Seattle?
Does it help if I mention that at one point in high school, I had an opportunity to skate with Tony Hawk in the backyard somewhere? Jason got that one. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Really
Brush with fame. Yeah. Well, thank you, Brush. I appreciate it. We'll see you in August for evaluation.
Terrific. Appreciate it.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, thanks anyone, everyone. Break time. And let's see, we are well, almost 5 minutes behind. You guys want to take just 10 minutes? Is that okay? Or you want 15? Couple of thumbs up. All right, we'll take 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 is fine.
All right, so we'll be back here at 3:35 as it shows for Oak Harbor. All right, everybody, home stretch, couple more. So City of Oak Harbor is here. Hey, guys.
Whoa, how you doing?
Doing well. How about you?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Excellent. Do you want me to pass you control to advance slides, or I can do it for you either way?
Yeah, we can, you go ahead and pass it to us. We're ready to advance.
Okay, great. Will do. There you go. Click on the slide there. All right, looks like you got it.
Yep.
All right, we'll go right ahead.
All right, hello. We are the City of Oak Harbor, and I am Chris Sublett. In the room with me, I have Blaine Oborn, our city administrator, Kat Kamak, our principal planner, and Brett Arvidsson, he's our project manager on this. Before I get too far into this presentation, it is important to note that this presentation is only for 2 soccer fields in a parking lot, not the entire Harbor Heights Sports Complex project. The 2 soccer fields and parking lot are outlined in the red box in the previous slide. Oak Harbor is on the north end of Whidbey Island. There we go.
Okay.
Oak Harbor is on the north end of Whidbey Island, and it is the largest city on the island. We're proud to say that we're home to NAS Whidbey, the Navy base. And the island can be accessed by taking a ferry from Mukilteo from the south or driving across the Deception Pass Bridge to the north, and we're fairly close to I-5. Harbor Heights Sports Complex will be in northwest Oak Harbor, and the 2 soccer fields in the parking lot will be within that sports complex. The property borders a neighborhood on one side and individual homes and a forest along the other side. The Harbor Heights Sports Complex is specifically described and named in our 2021-2026 capital improvement plan. And the soccer fields and parking lot are the first part of this project. The 2019 Oak Harbor Park Plan has identified a deficiency of land for parks in the northern portion of the city, and it has also identified a general shortage of playing fields. This will be intensified with an increase in population. Oak Harbor is growing and has grown 9.5% since 2010, and we have 3 more Navy squadrons scheduled to come to Oak Harbor. This represents 1,100 more people moving to the area. This increase in population will intensify the general shortage of playing fields. The city has 26 parks and only 1 sports complex named Fort Nugent. The primary users of Fort Nugent are from North Whidbey and Central Whidbey. The park is used year-round, and we estimate that about 1,800 children between the ages of 3 to 18 use the park annually. It's primarily for soccer, but there is also baseball and football there. The challenge is that the Fort Nugent fields are on Oak Harbor School District property. The school district wants to build a new school on the property, and in February 2021, the school district sought a levy to build a new school on the property along with several other district improvements, but it failed. They bundled it with a bunch of other school district improvements, and the public feedback was that that was just too much at one time. They are likely to try again in February 2023 or 24, and they'll probably separate everything out and make it more attractive to the voters, giving it a much better chance to pass. We are looking at the potential of losing this regional park facility, which will be 8 soccer fields, 7 disc golf holes, and the baseball field, as well as that parking lot. Teams will be forced to play at off-island facilities such as Santa Cortes, LaConner, and Burlington, or at local schools in the playgrounds behind them. Due to fewer facilities and multiple children families being split between different facilities, the likely result is there'll be fewer kids playing. The red circle outlines the areas that the new soccer fields and parking lot will service, primarily North Whidbey and Central Whidbey. The yellow circle shows where players from the surrounding communities, such as Santa Cortes and along the I-5 corridor, come for tournaments. The purple circle displays areas on the island that may primarily play at the South Whidbey Sports Complex. It should also be noted that there are a few fields at Fort Casey. Oak Harbor is a military community and is very diverse. We have people that live here from all over the world. Our median household income is just over $62,000, which is lower than the state average of nearly $74,000. 17% of the population has a disability, which is higher than the state average of nearly 13%. People of color make up 36% of the population, which is higher than the state average of 33%. And the body mass index is roughly 24, which is higher than the state average of 22.9. The mortality rate is 670, which is shorter than the average of 675. The Harbor Heights Sports Complex will be built on 75 acres owned by the city. It's heavily wooded and overgrown. It's rectangular in shape, and it measures approximately 1,320 feet by 2,640 feet. It is zoned planned business park with recreational development as a compatible use. We anticipate that we'll have to get permits, clear the property, level and grade it, and as we're doing that, the grading material will be reused on the site, and the topsoil will be screened and reused as well. We're also going to install utilities such as water and electricity, and then we're going to install the 2 soccer fields in the parking lot. We do not anticipate any mitigation for this project. The red box in this illustration shows the natural grass soccer fields in relation to the rest of the park. And it also shows the parking lot where we'll have about 50 spaces and 6 parking spaces, or 6 of those parking spaces will be accessible. It'll initially be a gravel parking service. We're also going to install porta potties, benches, water fountains, and gravel walking paths that are ADA accessible. The completion of the 2 soccer fields in the parking lot will start to fill the void left by the inevitable loss of Fort Nugent Park and set us up for the next phase of the project. If we are awarded the grants, we will start construction in July 2023. We have already completed many of the surveys and tests required. The design phase is well underway, and we expect the 90% plans and cost estimates this July. When the entire park is finished, there will be 6 soccer fields, 2 multi-use fields, 4 Little League fields, 4 softball fields, 1 high school-sized baseball field, some restrooms and parking lots. But again, here we're just talking about the 2 soccer fields and parking lot. The property is ideally located between 3 major roads: Heller Road to the west, Altfield Road to the north, Oak Harbor Road to the east, and Highway 20, which is a major thoroughfare through Oak Harbor, is located about 1.5 miles to the east as well. We're also planning on an extension of 16th Avenue, which is the yellow line at the bottom, which will link the property to the east side of Oak Harbor. Property is perfectly situated in an area that the normal noise and traffic associated with this type of activity will not disturb anyone. The property size allows for growth for future phases of the project. A small wetland exists in the northwest corner of the property. The wetland area will not affect the first 2 soccer fields and parking lot. For future phases, any portion of the associated buffer around the wetland will be preserved in native vegetation as part of the passive area for this complex. As required by the City of Oak Harbor Municipal Code, low-impact development techniques will be incorporated to address stormwater created by impervious surfaces. These techniques will reflect the best management practices identified in the Washington State Department of Ecology's 2012 Stormwater Management Manual for Western Washington. The initial 2 soccer fields and parking lot, as well as the future phases, will be maintained by the City of Oak Harbor Parks Department, and there are currently 8 full-time employees in that department. We will be using native and drought-tolerant plants, which will be incorporated into all phases of site development, providing an aesthetic and functional setting for users and spectators. Bioswales will be used throughout. Pervious service techniques to allow the drainage of stormwater will also be used. However, initially the parking lot again will be gravel. We plan on fertilizing with city biosolids, and we're currently working with ecology on this and hope to reuse a resource that we already have. We believe that with Oak Harbor's diversity, the soccer fields will continue to bring children and adults together and enhance physical activity amongst children of different social and cultural backgrounds. The naval influence in Oak Harbor has solidified this very diverse population, and this is currently evident at the Fort Nugent Park. Once the soccer fields and parking lot are completed, we will work with Island Transit to see if a bus route can be established. We received a lot of support for the project, and a virtual open house was held from March 7th through the 15th for the public to comment. We received 740 completed comment or survey forms. The support for the project was overwhelming, and most of the comments received were on the features that the complex should have. This project is also heavily supported by North Woodby Soccer Club, Central Woodby Soccer Club, the Oak Harbor Chamber of Commerce, and the City of Oak Harbor. The City Council has already approved us moving forward with the project. They've approved the design and first phase approach. They've approved some funding, and they've approved us applying for grants. So how are we going to fund the 2 soccer fields and parking lot? The City Council has appropriated $1.3 million for this project, and then we're seeking out and looking for other funding such as grants and also other opportunities to fund this. It may also be possible for the City Council to appropriate more money if needed, and in-kind services may also be an option. It is important to note that our costs are based on an engineer's estimate from the 60% design plans. The 90% design plans with more accurate costs will be available in July. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we're happy to receive any feedback or answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Jen, go ahead.
So yeah, I heard you just now say you'll refine the cost. The cost estimate seems high to me, but maybe my colleagues can weigh in on that as well. And I noticed that the site prep says $2 million. Is there something specifically that's driving the cost up?
Our engineer could probably answer that, Brett.
It's $2 million.
It's doing the removal of soil, so it's on a slope.
We have a fair amount of earthwork. The cost estimate we have right now is conservative. It was more of wasn't really a true 60%. We actually only did it about a 30% and kind of upgraded a little bit. Right now, it has the $2 million is for earthwork and grading and actually the parking lot itself. So I suspect it's going to come down substantially. As a matter of fact, I was just reviewing some of the numbers and I know it's going to come down. But
yeah, okay. I was just curious because the parking itself has just under 850,000 already.
Yeah,
for 50 stalls.
We are on a hillside, so
okay.
We don't have a lot of flat land around here, unfortunately. So
okay. Yeah.
We do have a fair amount of earthwork that's sort of atypical of these type of facilities.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Jen. Other thoughts or questions? Alex, go ahead.
One thing struck me when you were talking about the community and the need, and that especially the reference to the growing population. You mentioned that there's an additional 2 Navy squadrons coming, and it just made me think about how you're dealing with an unusually transient and needy population.
Mm-hmm.
You know, many of those service members come for a period, they spend part of their lives, but they don't necessarily spend their full lives there. So I'm not quite sure how you address that, but it struck me as being an unusual need in terms of providing recreation that you might be able to address.
Sure. So I could talk about that a little bit. I have several friends that are in the military, and having grown up here, I've had not millions, but lots of friends over the time. And as one military member transits out, another one comes in. The person changes, but the job doesn't. So it is constantly transient, and people are constantly coming and going. But the population of the Navy base remains the same as the jobs stay there. They just move new people in.
Yeah, and it has the demographics of people with young children. So
yeah.
That really plays to that. So our school district has a much higher percentage of children in that age group than other areas, other communities. So it really drives the need here with that unique demographic from the Navy.
I think I'm just simply saying that struck me as being unusual. Mm-hmm. For Parks and Rec, and that you may be able to address it. It sounded like you were anticipating 2 additional Navy squadrons. Maybe I misunderstood that, but I understand the population is fairly stable. You said growing. Anyway, if there's some advantage that you can point out in terms of your presentation because of the population you're dealing with? That would be one. Early in the presentation, you had a slide that was talking about the need, and you were speaking to the loss of recreation facilities when the school district actually takes the property back, anticipating that will happen.
Yeah.
And you're trying to be ready for that. This graphic did not help me understand what you were saying. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm not quite following and making the connection. So
Sure.
maybe it didn't confuse others, but I didn't follow the connection between what you were saying and what I was looking at. So there may be some other things to put here.
Yeah, maybe we can put an overlay because the school is going to go into a major part of this along the road there.
Yeah, and I should have called out the red box maybe because all the components within there are what we're talking about. So
yeah,
great.
I was disoriented, so that would help. My last question actually just speaks to the letters of support, and I noticed at the very end there's a landowner acknowledgement form. It's not a letter, but it's some kind of agreement, and I don't know what that means in terms of match or how you're planning, what the impact is of this individual compared to all the others who wrote letters. So maybe you could help us understand that.
Okay. Yeah, we can clarify that.
Yeah, usually that's something that's only required in a land acquisition project. So not, but we can, your grant manager can help figure out what that attachment is and what it needs to be.
Yeah, it's likely that I shouldn't have included that in the application. So,
Nikki, go ahead.
Hi, you might have said this, but I missed it. It looks like this phase doesn't include any restroom facilities, and I'm wondering how you intend to handle that need, because I imagine that being in one place playing sports for a while and having your families there watching you, there will be a need for restrooms.
Sure. So part of this first phase, we're going to install porta potties, benches, water fountains, water, and electricity there. And then as we move into the next phase, then we'll be installing regular restrooms. But we definitely have a plan to install porta potties.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks. Other thoughts or questions? Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, slide 15, please. Yeah, there at the bottom, you have other grants and funding, and you said that briefly. That seems like a substantial proportion of the overall amount of money for the project. I just was wondering if you could elaborate on that, or how solid those are, or what they may represent, or something.
Sure. So we base that chart off of the design, the 60% design plan and the engineer's costs. So that right there, we are still seeking out funding and grants for it. If need be, we can go back to our city council and see if we can get an appropriation. But as Brett said, we anticipate that the estimate that we're working off of may be high and those funds may not be needed at all. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll have the actual numbers and 90% design plans in August when we come back, and this chart may have changed in that area.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I can certainly understand that you could get a local government funding. I was just like wondering if there was like some big grant you were pursuing or something like that. So thanks for the
clarity. If you know of any, let us know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're asking for the RCO grants, or you know, all in here. So anyway, so thank you.
Great, thanks, Kevin. Other thoughts, questions? I might have missed this, but are these regular grass fields or artificial turf, or?
They're going to be regular grass, the initial two.
Okay. And is there lighting in this phase, or maybe in the future, or?
Yes, in the future, definitely.
Gotcha. Okay. Good. All right. Well, thanks for joining us. I don't see any other hands up, so you'll get some more written comments, and then we'll see you back in August.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All righty. All right, folks, we got one more, City of Bellevue. And Deanne, there you are. So Deanne, the grant manager, is going to present this. The contact the City of Bellevue got very sick and apparently his backup broke her ankle or something. So last minute issue. So Deanne has a script and is able to read through it and at least maybe get some feedback. Probably won't be able to answer all your questions. That's fine. But, you know, since this is just technical review, it's an opportunity for you guys to see the project and provide any comments that Deanne can relay back. So Deanne, go ahead, and I'll just say next, I'll advance the slide for you.
Great. Thank you, Carl, and thank you, panel. So my name is Deanne Beck. I'm an outdoor grants manager for RCO and working with Bellevue on this project. So offering their apologies for not being here, and appreciate the opportunity to get some feedback that I can pass along to them. So got a very abbreviated script here. So our first slide, this project will fund development of a new neighborhood park, including a restroom, parking, playground, picnic shelter, pathways and trails, landscaping, and a plaza, and other park amenities. Next. The project location is in the Bridle Trails neighborhood in North Bellevue, a few hundred feet south of the Bellevue Municipal Golf Course. It's also located within the urban growth boundary in Bellevue. Next. This neighborhood park was partially funded through a park levy. The acquisition of the neighborhood park was partially funded through a park levy in 2008, approved by voters in King County conservation funds. It was purchased in 2014 with the help of the Bridle Trails Community Club to locate a preferred property and location. It consists of 1.65 acres and abuts a 6-acre Bellevue utility-owned wetland, which includes Valley Creek running through it. It's also located on a main thoroughfare, 140th Avenue Northeast, which connects Bellevue to Redmond. Next. Criteria 1, need. Other Bellevue parks in the Bridle Trail neighborhood include Bridle Trail Corner Park, Goldsmith Park, and Cherry Crest Mini Park. All city neighborhood parks are maintained at a high level. This project would help service lower income housing and apartments on the 148th trail connection. Trail connection gaps are also being reached. This will be included in Bellevue's 2022 Park and Open Space Plan yet to be adopted. Next. Criteria 2, need satisfaction and diverse recreation. Play areas in particular are a request from the neighborhood to incorporate elements for older kids, adventure time, bamboo jungle, and large elevated play structure. Next. Interpretive elements will be incorporated to teach more about the nature ecosystem adjacent to the wetland, open lawn and walking paths. Next. This project also includes a picnic shelter for community and family gatherings. Next. Criteria, project design. The property is ideal for a small neighborhood park. It's great proximity for access along 140th Avenue Northeast. Wildlife abounds, birds and mammals both. There will be power and water brought to the site. At this time, there's no sewer, and they are considering restroom design. The project includes a modest parking lot and also right-of-way improvements along the frontage, including a flashing crosswalk. The adventure play area consists of aerial elements, but are accessible. They include components for an older age group as well as younger. The developed area to the east blends into the natural area to the west. No access to wetlands are allowed at this point, but there will be possible future connections. The expectation for the site design is to be fully ADA accessible. All land use requirements and best management practices, along with safety standards, will be met. It's unknown at this time if there will be any mitigation requirements. Trail widths will be a minimum 8 feet wide to accommodate maintenance vehicles and pedestrians. Construction estimate is currently at approximately 3.5 million and will be updated as the design is finalized. Next. Criteria 5, sustainability. The site abuts a 6-acre utility-owned wetland and has a large buffer at the west end. This will be enhanced with native plantings, and an interpretive element will be included. This area will allow viewing, but not public access. Next. The site was designed with the intent to improve ecological functions while minimizing impacts to natural areas, promoting social connections, and encouraging physical exercise and play. The site's location along the main thoroughfare makes it ideal for multimodal options, and the design makes it accessible and inviting for all Bellevue residents. Next. Rain gardens, infiltration soils will be used to collect and disperse stormwater. No underground detention facilities are expected. A restroom will be a self-contained vault system, and it will be plumbed with water. Not okay. Landscaping throughout the site will maintain wildlife corridors and beautify the site aesthetically. Use of low water use and native plants will be a high priority. Access to the site along a main thoroughfare connection will provide access already available and improved. Site programming includes both active and passive elements to encourage physical activity and social connections. Interpretive elements will be incorporated for educational opportunities. Next. Criteria 6, community support. The park design planning process occurred in 2016 and 2017. The preferred park plan unanimously approved by the Bridle Trails Community Club, the Park Board, and City Council. The neighborhood was intimately involved in both the site selection and the design planning process. Next. This park has a high degree of readiness. The park design and plan is approved. They're at 90% design. Permits are in process, and they have a development timeline in place, and they have secured their matching funds. One slide I'm going to mention that you won't see because it's missing from the presentation is addressing cost efficiencies, criteria 7. Sponsor has already been advised, and they will be including that in their presentation in August to address that question. And next slide should be our last one. Thank you all for your patience with this presentation, and we'd love to take any questions or comments right now.
Thanks, Deanne, for filling in. Appreciate that. Comments on this one that we can pass on to Bellevue. Kevin, do you have something?
Yes, my hand must have opened up. I was waiting a second. Early on in, I think it was maybe around slide 4 or so, you talked about like neighboring parks and distances and all that. I just felt like it would have been helpful to have a graphic / map or something that would show that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Deanne, are you able to jot down some notes, or you want me to try to help?
I have another OGM online who's taking notes for me.
Oh, wonderful.
Thanks.
Takes a village.
Yes.
Alex, go ahead.
Multimodal was mentioned on, I think it's about 140th. And I note the crosswalk on that street, which must be a busy street, and the mention of a flashing signal. So I was thinking it might be helpful to note if there is transit on that street, or what those connections are in the site orientation. And there was also a note on the site map about a future trail connection. It was beside the sidewalk. And I'm curious as to what trail, where are they going, you know, how is that trail connection meaningful? And my last point of curiosity was the role of partners moving ahead. There was the mention of a bridle trails, Friends of Bridle Trails, or a bridle trails club. I didn't catch it clearly enough, but I'm curious what their stake is once the park is opened. We don't have letters of support yet, so some of those will probably be answered just in attachments.
Great, thanks, Alex, for catching that. Kitty, go ahead.
Hey, great, thanks. I guess one question I had, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but was just kind of putting this park in the context of the park system. I know it says it's in an underserviced area, but was there a map that showed the bigger picture? I feel like it was zoomed in kind of the whole time. I might have missed it though.
Yeah, there is not a map, Kitty. That's definitely a great comment, because yeah, I think we do need better context.
Yeah, because otherwise, you know, I guess, yeah, that would be really helpful to understand kind of how it indeed is a gap in Bellevue's park system. So thank you.
Yeah, good question. I was also wondering like where the state park is, which serves a very different need than just the little neighborhood park with the playground, but it's still good to know inventory. All right, other thoughts, comments on this one? Nikki?
On the sustainability slides, there were a couple of them where there were numbers that were on the slides, pointing out things like that one.
Yeah.
You know, it has this number one, but there's nothing that says what number one is. And then the next one, I could see what the numbers refer to, but I spent all my time like looking back and forth between the numbers and the list of things they are, and no time listening to what you were saying here. So I think that this was just too much visual, or too complicated a visual for me to follow along.
Thanks.
Good, thanks. Yeah, like parking lot probably doesn't need a separate label, you know, only if maybe only label those things that maybe aren't real clear from.
And in this case, if you're talking about sustainability, it seems like you would be labeling the things that relate to sustainability. Right. Well, I don't necessarily see how the crosswalk, for example, and although maybe you were talking about it's easily accessible by car or bike, but anyway, just make sure that the things that are on here that are about sustainability are the things that you're highlighting.
Yep. Great comments. Thanks.
Anything else on the Bellevue project? All right, I know you were just reading through their script, but it was about 4 minutes under, so they do have plenty of time to embellish here a little bit and reorganize and fill it out. So thanks for jumping in and doing that. Appreciate it. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. That brings us to the end of the day. If advisory committee members could hang out for just a few minutes, we can wrap up our day. And in the meantime, well, we're going to stop the recording and the stream. Everyone else doesn't need to stay, but yeah, that brings us to the end of Land and Water Conservation Fund technical review here in Washington State. We'll be back in August for evaluations.